You think you know the Vikings. You've seen them in movies, read about them in history books, watched them pillage and conquer across television screens. The long ships cutting through dark waters, the horned helmets, the axes gleaming in firelight. But what if I told you that everything you think you know about Viking brutality barely scratches the surface of what they were truly capable of? What if I told you that even other Vikings, these legendary warriors who struck fear into the hearts of medieval Europe, would sometimes look upon their own rituals with a mixture of awe and absolute terror? That there were practices so dark, so viscerally disturbing, that they were whispered about in hushed tones around winter fires, spoken of only when the ale had loosened tongues and the night had grown deep enough to hide the shame in a warrior's eyes? Picture this. You're a Viking warrior, battle-hardened and fierce, someone who has watched comrades die screaming on foreign shores. You've seen cities burn and heard the wails of the conquered. Blood is no stranger to your hands, and death walks beside you like an old friend. Yet tonight, as you stand in the sacred grove outside Uppsala, watching your own king being prepared for a ritual that will feed the gods, you feel something you haven't experienced since childhood. Pure, primal fear. The smoke from the ritual fires carries more than the scent of burning wood. It carries the weight of traditions so ancient, so fundamentally disturbing, that they predate memory itself. These aren't the sanitized stories of noble warriors that have survived in our modern understanding. These are the blood-soaked truths that early Christian chroniclers tried desperately to erase. The practices that were so horrifying they were deliberately forgotten by history. But here's what makes this even more chilling. These weren't the actions of madmen or outcasts. These were the sacred rites of an entire civilization, woven so deeply into the fabric of Viking society that to refuse participation wasn't just social suicide, it was spiritual damnation. The very warriors who would fearlessly charge into battle, who viewed death in combat as the highest honor, would tremble at the thought of certain ritual obligations. You see, when we strip away the romanticized veneer of Viking culture that Hollywood has painted for us, what emerges is something far more complex and infinitely darker. This was a society that believed the gods themselves demanded not just worship, but demonstration of absolute commitment through acts that would haunt the participants for the rest of their lives. They didn't just offer prayers, they offered pieces of their humanity. The Vikings understood something that our modern world has largely forgotten, that true power, whether spiritual or temporal, requires sacrifice that goes beyond comfort, beyond convenience, even beyond comprehension. They believed that the gods would only respect those who proved their devotion through acts so extreme that lesser peoples would never dare attempt them. Imagine being born into a world where your worthiness as a human being could be measured by your willingness to participate in rituals that would literally redefine your understanding of what it means to be alive. Where the difference between honor and shame, between salvation and damnation, could hinge on whether you could steel yourself to perform acts that would make seasoned warriors vomit in horror. These weren't occasional atrocities committed in the heat of battle or the madness of raiding. These were carefully orchestrated ceremonies, passed down through generations, refined and perfected like deadly art forms. They had rules, protocols, sacred timing. They required preparation, both physical and spiritual. And most terrifyingly of all, they required volunteers. The Christian monks who first recorded these practices often struggled to find words adequate to describe what they witnessed. Many of their accounts were deliberately vague, not because they were exaggerating, but because they literally couldn't bring themselves to write down the full truth. They used phrases like unspeakable acts and horrors beyond description, not as literary flourishes, but as genuine admissions of linguistic inadequacy. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these rituals wasn't their brutality, it was their effectiveness. The Vikings didn't continue these practices for centuries because they were sadists or because they enjoyed suffering. They continued them because they worked. These rituals created bonds between warriors that made them nearly unstoppable in battle. They forged a collective identity so strong that Viking Age expansion changed the entire course of European history. When a Viking warrior knew that every man beside him had proven himself through trials that would break ordinary mortals, it created a level of trust and ferocity that their enemies simply couldn't match. When they believed that their gods had personally witnessed their willingness to sacrifice everything, including pieces of their own souls, it gave them a confidence that bordered on supernatural. The question that haunts historians who study these practices isn't whether they happened. The archaeological and literary evidence is too overwhelming to deny. The question is how a society could systematically create and maintain rituals so extreme that they frightened the very people who practiced them, yet continued to see these rituals as not just necessary, but sacred. Tonight, you're going to walk with me into those sacred groves and witness what really happened when the Vikings gathered to honor their gods. You're going to see how they transformed ordinary men into legends through rituals that would have been considered abhorrent even by the standards of their brutal age. You're going to understand why the mere mention of certain ceremonies could silence an entire hall of hardened warriors. But I want you to understand something before we begin this journey together. These aren't ghost stories or tales of ancient bogeymen designed to thrill and terrify you. These are the documented practices of real people who lived and died by codes of honor that we can barely comprehend today. Every ritual we'll explore was performed by someone's father, brother, son. Every sacrifice was witnessed by someone's mother, sister, daughter. The darkness we're about to explore isn't just historical curiosity. It's a window into the depths of human commitment, the extremes to which people will go when they believe their very souls depend on it. And perhaps most unnervingly of all, it's a reminder that the capacity for these acts still lives somewhere deep within the human psyche, waiting for the right combination of belief, desperation, and social pressure to awaken it once again. So take a deep breath and prepare yourself for truths that were buried for very good reasons. There exists no execution method in the annals of human history, quite like the blood eagle. Even among the Vikings, people who viewed death in battle as the highest possible honor, who wore scars like jewelry and spoke of dismemberment with casual familiarity. This particular ritual occupied a category entirely unto itself. It wasn't just an execution, it was performance art painted in human agony, a masterpiece of suffering that took hours to complete and left witnesses fundamentally changed by what they had seen. You need to understand something about Viking concepts of death and honor before we can truly grasp the horror of what the blood eagle represented. To the Vikings, how a person died mattered almost more than how they lived. A warrior who died peacefully in his bed was destined for hell, a shadowy underworld of dishonor and eternal mediocrity. But a warrior who died with weapon in hand preferably screaming defiance at his enemies with his final breath, would be carried by the Valkyries to Odin's great hall of Valhalla, where he would feast and fight until the end of time. But the blood eagle transcended even these concepts. This wasn't just about creating a worthy death. It was about creating a death so spectacular, so infused with meaning and terror, that it would echo through the ages and strike fear into the hearts of enemies for generations to come. It was execution as psychological warfare, death as religious ceremony, torture as sacred art. The earliest accounts of the blood eagle come from the sagas, those epic tales of Viking heroes that were passed down through oral tradition for centuries before being written down. The Orkneyinga saga describes how Torf Einar performed the ritual on Halfdan Longshanks in revenge for his father's murder. The Heimskringla tells us how the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok used it to execute King Ella of Northumbria, who had thrown their father into a pit of snakes. But these literary accounts, dramatic as they are, barely hint at the true horror of the practice. To perform the blood eagle, the victim was laid face down, preferably on a flat stone surface that would provide both stability and symbolic significance. The executioner, and it's crucial to understand that this was always someone of high status, never a common criminal or slave, would begin by making precise incisions along either side of the victim's spine. These cuts had to be exact, placed with surgical precision to avoid damaging the organs that needed to remain functional for as long as possible. The executioner would then use specialized tools, axes designed specifically for this purpose, with heads shaped to slide between ribs without completely severing them, to carefully cut through the ribs on both sides of the spine. This wasn't hack work. This was craftsmanship. Each rib had to be cut in just the right place, separated from the vertebrae, but left attached to the surrounding tissue so that they could be bent outward like the wings of an eagle. But here's where the ritual became something beyond mere execution, something that transformed it from simple killing into an act of such profound violation that it challenged the very concept of what it meant to be human. Once the ribs were cut and bent outward, the executioner would reach into the chest cavity and carefully extract the victim's lungs, pulling them through the gaps between the ribs so that they hung outside the body like grotesque wings, still attached to the trachea and still incredibly, potentially functional. If performed correctly, and the sagas make it clear that there was a right and wrong way to do this, the victim could remain conscious throughout most of the procedure. The lungs, hanging outside the body but still connected to the airways, would continue to inflate and deflate with each breath, creating the visual effect that gave the ritual its name. The victim would literally breathe through their own exposed lungs while watching them flutter like wings outside their body. The archaeological evidence for the blood eagle is both compelling and disturbing. In 2006, archaeologists excavating a site in Iceland discovered skeletal remains that showed unmistakable signs of the ritual having been performed. The ribs had been cut with surgical precision, bent outward at angles that would have been impossible to achieve after death. The positioning of the bones, the specific pattern of cuts, the way the vertebrae had been accessed, everything matched the descriptions from the sagas with horrifying accuracy. But perhaps even more chilling than the physical evidence is what the ritual represented in Viking culture. This wasn't random sadism or the product of uncontrolled rage. The blood eagle was reserved for enemies who had committed the most heinous offenses, usually involving the death of a beloved leader or the violation of sacred oaths. It was considered the ultimate expression of justice, a way of ensuring that the victim's suffering would balance the cosmic scales upset by their crimes. The ritual also had profound religious significance. The eagle was sacred to Odin, the All-Father, god of war and death and wisdom. By transforming their enemy into a symbolic eagle, the executioners were making an offering to their greatest deity, turning the act of revenge into a form of worship. The victim's agony became a prayer, their suffering a sacrifice that would ensure Odin's favor in future battles. What makes this even more psychologically disturbing is that the blood eagle was never performed in private. It was a public ceremony, witnessed by hundreds or even thousands of people. Entire communities would gather to watch, and participation in viewing was considered a form of civic and religious duty. Children would be brought to witness their first blood eagle as a rite of passage, a way of introducing them to the realities of Viking justice and the seriousness of their spiritual commitments. The witnesses weren't passive observers. They were participants in a communal act of transformation. By watching the ritual, by refusing to turn away, even as the victim's lungs were pulled through their ribs, they were proving their own worthiness as members of Viking society. They were demonstrating that they had the strength of will to witness ultimate suffering without flinching, the spiritual fortitude to watch a human being systematically transformed into a sacred offering. But here's what's most haunting about the accounts of the blood eagle. They consistently describe the psychological effect on the witnesses as being almost as profound as the physical effect on the victim. Hardened warriors who had seen countless battles would emerge from watching a blood eagle fundamentally changed. Some would never speak of what they had witnessed. Others would become obsessed with the ritual, studying its techniques and symbolism with religious intensity. The sagas tell us that there were warriors who considered being selected to perform the blood eagle the highest honor of their lives, a recognition of their skill, their spiritual strength, and their worthiness to serve as an instrument of divine justice. But they also tell us that many of these same warriors would spend the rest of their lives haunted by what they had done, forever marked by the experience of having reached so deeply into another human being's body while they were still alive. There's something profoundly disturbing about the level of technical skill required to perform the blood eagle correctly. This wasn't a ritual that could be improvised or performed by someone without extensive training. The executioner needed detailed knowledge of human anatomy, surgical precision, and the physical strength to break through ribs without damaging the underlying organs. This suggests that Viking society maintained specialists in this form of execution, people whose primary role was to transform judicial killings into religious ceremonies. Archaeological evidence suggests that the blood eagle was practiced across the Viking world, from Iceland to Constantinople, wherever Norse culture held sway. Different regions developed variations on the basic technique, some involving additional ritualistic elements like the application of salt to the exposed lungs or the insertion of specific objects into the body cavity. But the core elements remained consistent: the precise cutting, the bending of the ribs, the extraction of the breathing lungs. What's perhaps most chilling is that the victims of the blood eagle weren't necessarily criminals or enemies in the way we would understand those terms today. They were often people who had violated the complex web of honor, obligation, and reciprocity that held Viking society together. A jarl who had betrayed his oath to his king, a warrior who had shown cowardice in battle, a merchant who had cheated his trading partners. Any of these could theoretically find themselves subject to the Blood Eagle, if their offenses were deemed serious enough, and if they were unlucky enough to fall into the hands of someone with both the motivation and the authority to perform the ritual. The psychological preparation required for both the executioner and the witnesses was extensive. The sagas describe purification rituals that had to be performed beforehand, fasting requirements, and specific prayers that needed to be recited. The executioner would sometimes spend days preparing mentally for the task, meditating on the spiritual significance of what they were about to do, and seeking guidance from the gods about the proper way to proceed. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Blood Eagle was the way it seemed to affect the fabric of reality for those who witnessed it. Multiple saga accounts describe how the air itself would change during the ritual, becoming thick and oppressive, filled with a presence that the witnesses could feel pressing against their minds. Some described hearing voices that weren't quite human, seeing shadows that moved independently of their sources, feeling the weight of invisible observers who had come to witness the sacred offering. These weren't necessarily supernatural experiences in the way we might understand them today. They were the natural psychological response to participating in an act so extreme, so far beyond normal human experience, that the mind struggled to process what was happening. The Blood Eagle pushed participants, both active and passive, into a state of consciousness where normal perceptual boundaries began to dissolve, where the difference between self and other, between life and death, between human and divine, became blurred. This transformation of consciousness was actually part of the ritual's purpose. The Blood Eagle wasn't just about killing an enemy or satisfying a desire for revenge. It was about creating a shared experience so intense, so impossible to forget or rationalize away, that it would bind the community together in ways that mere words or oaths never could. Everyone who witnessed a Blood Eagle would carry the memory of it for the rest of their lives, and that shared knowledge would create bonds of understanding and commitment that transcended normal social relationships. The victims of the Blood Eagle weren't chosen randomly, and their selection often involved complex political and spiritual calculations that could take months or even years to resolve. The decision to subject someone to this ultimate form of execution was never made lightly, and it often required the consensus of multiple authorities, including religious leaders, military commanders, and community elders. The ritual was too significant, too spiritually charged to be used casually. But once the decision was made, once someone had been condemned to the Blood Eagle, there was no possibility of reprieve or commutation. The spiritual machinery had been set in motion, the gods had been promised their offering, and the community had committed itself to witnessing the transformation of a human being into a sacred sacrifice. To stop the ritual once it had begun would have been seen as a fundamental betrayal of cosmic order, a violation of the compact between the living and the divine that held Viking society together. What emerges from studying the Blood Eagle isn't just a picture of an extremely brutal execution method, but a window into a completely different way of understanding the relationship between individual suffering and cosmic meaning. The Vikings who created and practiced this ritual believed that certain acts of violence could transcend their immediate physical effects and become something approaching sacred art, that human agony could serve as a medium of communication with the divine. This wasn't savagery in the way we usually understand that term. This was sophisticated, ritualized violence performed with religious reverence and technical precision by people who believed they were participating in something that connected them directly to the fundamental forces that governed existence. The blood eagle was their way of proving to themselves and to their gods that they had the spiritual strength to transform the most extreme human suffering into an act of worship. And perhaps that's what makes the blood eagle so uniquely terrifying. It wasn't the product of madness or uncontrolled rage. It was the logical culmination of a worldview that saw no fundamental distinction between violence and devotion, between causing suffering and expressing love for the divine. It was what happened when an entire culture decided that the gods demanded not just their prayers and their sacrifices, but their willingness to cross every line that separated civilization from something far darker and more primal. As we move deeper into these forbidden histories, keep this thought with you. The people who performed the blood eagle weren't monsters. They were human beings like you, people with families and hopes and fears, people who laughed and cried and loved their children. They were people who had convinced themselves that the gods required them to transform other human beings into sacred offerings, and that failure to do so would result in cosmic catastrophe. The question that should haunt you isn't how they could have been so brutal, but how different the circumstances of your own life really are, and what you might be capable of if you truly believed that the fate of your soul depended on it. But if you think the blood eagle represents the darkest depths of Viking ritual sacrifice, you're not prepared for what happened when entire kingdoms turned their eyes toward the sacred groves of Uppsala, where even kings could find themselves bound to the sacrificial tree, waiting to feed the gods with royal blood. Every 9 years, when the winter had lasted too long and the spring refused to come, when the crops had failed for the second year running and children had begun dying of starvation in their mother's arms, the people of medieval Scandinavia would turn their eyes toward Uppsala, not with hope, but with the terrible certainty that only the ultimate sacrifice could save them now. They would gather in numbers so vast that the forest itself seemed to bend under their weight, and they would come seeking the kind of divine intervention that could only be purchased with the most precious currency they possessed: royal blood. You have to understand what Uppsala represented in the Viking world. This wasn't just another temple or sacred site. This was the spiritual heart of an entire civilization, the place where the threads of political power, religious authority, and cosmic order were woven together so tightly that they became indistinguishable from one another. The great temple that stood there, described by Adam of Bremen in the 11th century as more magnificent than anything he had ever seen, housed not just the images of the gods, but the very concept of divine kingship itself. The temple was enormous, constructed entirely of gold and decorated with chains that caught and reflected light in patterns that seemed to move of their own accord. Inside, 3 massive statues dominated the sacred space: Thor with his hammer, Odin with his ravens, and Freyr with the enormous phallus that represented fertility and abundance. But it wasn't the grandeur of the building that made Uppsala special. It was what happened there when the gods grew hungry, and ordinary offerings were no longer sufficient to satisfy their appetites. The ritual cycle at Uppsala followed the cosmic calendar with astronomical precision. Every 9 years, during the spring equinox, representatives from across the Viking world would converge on the sacred grove for a ceremony that would last for 9 days and require 9 different types of sacrifice. They would bring cattle and horses, dogs and hawks, precious metals, and rare textiles. But when times were desperate, when the gods had shown their anger through famine or plague or military defeat, these offerings weren't enough. When the very survival of the kingdom hung in the balance, only human sacrifice could restore the cosmic equilibrium. And when human sacrifice was required at Uppsala, it wasn't slaves or prisoners who were chosen for the honor. It was kings. The logic behind royal sacrifice was both politically and spiritually sophisticated. Kings weren't just political leaders in Viking society. They were living links between the human and divine worlds, individuals whose personal relationship with the gods determined the fate of everyone under their rule. When a kingdom prospered, it was because the king had maintained proper relationships with the divine powers. When disaster struck, it meant that either the king had lost the God's favor, or that the gods required him to demonstrate his devotion through the ultimate sacrifice. But here's what makes this practice so psychologically disturbing. These weren't depositions or assassinations disguised as religious ceremonies. These were willing sacrifices performed by kings who genuinely believed that their death would save their people. The sagas are filled with accounts of rulers who, when faced with natural disasters or military defeats that threatened their kingdoms, would voluntarily submit themselves to ritual sacrifice at Uppsala, convinced that only their blood could appease whatever cosmic forces they had offended. King Domalde of the Swedes is perhaps the most famous example. According to the Heimskringla, his kingdom suffered through several years of famine so severe that people were reduced to eating bark and roots. The harvest festivals became funeral rites as entire communities watched their food stores dwindle to nothing. When conventional sacrifices failed to restore fertility to the land, the people gathered at Uppsala and reached the terrible conclusion that their king himself would have to feed the gods. The ritual preparation for royal sacrifice was elaborate and deeply spiritual. The king would spend weeks in purification ceremonies, fasting and praying, consulting with the Völur, the wise women who could see the threads of fate, to ensure that his sacrifice would be accepted by the gods. He would settle his earthly affairs, name his successor, and say goodbye to his family with the understanding that he was about to undergo a transformation that would elevate him from human ruler to divine intermediary. But the actual sacrifice was anything but peaceful or dignified. The chosen king would be brought to the sacred grove adjacent to the temple, where 9 wells had been dug in a specific pattern around a massive oak tree whose branches were so ancient and gnarled that they seemed to reach directly into the spirit world. This tree, called the cosmic tree or world tree in the sources, was where the king would meet his fate. The method of sacrifice varied depending on which god was being placated, but hanging was the most common, performed in imitation of Odin's own self-sacrifice when he hung himself from Yggdrasil to gain wisdom. But this wasn't a quick execution. The king would be suspended from the tree for days, sometimes weeks, kept alive through careful medical attention so that his suffering could continue for as long as possible. The belief was that the longer his agony lasted, the more valuable his sacrifice became to the gods. Archaeological excavations around Uppsala have uncovered evidence that supports these literary accounts in chilling detail. In the 1990s, researchers discovered multiple burial sites that contained skeletal remains showing clear signs of ritual hanging. The cervical vertebrae were fractured in patterns consistent with suspension, but the other bones showed evidence of healing that could only have occurred if the victims had survived for extended periods while hanging. The positioning of the remains, the grave goods found with them, and the dates established through radiocarbon testing all align perfectly with the saga accounts of royal sacrifice. But perhaps the most disturbing discovery was a series of runic inscriptions found carved into rocks near the excavation sites. These weren't memorial stones or historical records, they were instructions. Detailed, step-by-step descriptions of how to perform the hanging ritual correctly, including specifications for the type of rope to use, the height of the suspension, the angle of the body, and the methods for keeping the victim conscious for as long as possible. These stones were essentially technical manuals for royal sacrifice, suggesting that the practice was so common that it required written guidelines to ensure consistency. The psychological impact of royal sacrifice extended far beyond the immediate participants. When a king willingly submitted to ritual death for the sake of his people, it created a spiritual debt that would haunt the kingdom for generations. The people who witnessed the sacrifice, and attendance was mandatory for all adult members of the community, would carry the weight of their ruler's death for the rest of their lives. They had asked him to die for them, and he had agreed. That kind of obligation creates bonds of loyalty and guilt that transcend normal political relationships. The successors to sacrificed kings often struggled with what we might today recognize as severe psychological trauma. They inherited not just political power, but the knowledge that their authority ultimately rested on their willingness to follow their predecessors' example if the gods demanded it. Many of these rulers became obsessed with appeasement rituals, spending vast resources on sacrifices and temples in desperate attempts to avoid the fate that they knew awaited them if their kingdoms faced serious crisis. The concept of royal sacrifice also created a unique form of political pressure that shaped Viking statecraft in profound ways. Kings who were seen as too reluctant to consider ritual death if circumstances required it could lose legitimacy with their subjects. Conversely, rulers who were too eager to martyr themselves were considered dangerous to the stability of the realm. The ideal Viking king had to walk a careful line between demonstrating his willingness to sacrifice himself for his people while also showing that he understood the gravity of such a decision. But the most haunting aspect of royal sacrifice at Uppsala was the way it transformed the relationship between ruler and subject into something approaching a form of spiritual marriage. The king wasn't just governing his people, he was bound to them by the understanding that his life was forfeit if their collective survival required it. This wasn't theoretical or symbolic. When famine came, when enemies pressed too close, when the signs in the sky grew ominous, everyone knew that the king's death might be the price of their continued existence. The rituals surrounding royal sacrifice also involved the entire community in ways that made everyone complicit in the king's death. Before the hanging could take place, representatives from every major family in the kingdom had to formally agree that the sacrifice was necessary. This wasn't a simple vote. It was a binding spiritual contract that made each participant responsible for ensuring that the king's death would achieve its intended purpose. If the sacrifice failed to appease the gods, if the famine continued, or the military situation worsened, then everyone who had agreed to the king's death would bear personal responsibility for that failure. The selection of which God would receive the royal sacrifice was itself a complex process involving divination and careful interpretation of omens. Different deities required different forms of death. Odin preferred hanging, Thor demanded burning, Freyr required drowning, and the method chosen would determine not just how the king died, but what kind of afterlife awaited him. A king sacrificed to Odin might join the Einherjar in Valhalla, while one offered to Freyr could become a guardian spirit protecting the fertility of the land. The aftermath of royal sacrifice at Uppsala was carefully orchestrated to maximize its psychological and spiritual impact. The king's body would be left hanging from the sacred tree for exactly 9 days, during which time the entire community would maintain a vigil. No one was allowed to sleep for more than brief periods, no regular work could be performed, and all conversation had to be conducted in whispers. The idea was to create a liminal space where the boundaries between life and death, between human and divine, became permeable enough for genuine communication with the gods to occur. On the 9th day, when the king's body was finally cut down, it would be examined for signs that the sacrifice had been accepted. The position of the limbs, the expression on the face, the condition of the clothing. Every detail was scrutinized by the voleur for clues about whether the gods were satisfied with the offering. If the signs were favorable, the body would be burned with great ceremony and the ashes scattered over the fields to ensure good harvests. If the omens were negative, if the gods appeared to have rejected the sacrifice, then the community faced the terrifying possibility that an even greater offering would be required. There are accounts in the sagas of kingdoms where multiple kings were sacrificed in succession when the first offering failed to produce the desired results. The most chilling example involves the Swedish kingdom during the late 6th century, when a series of natural disasters led to the ritual deaths of 3 consecutive rulers within a single year. Each sacrifice was performed according to proper protocols. Each was accompanied by the appropriate prayers and ceremonies, but the signs continued to be unfavorable. The 4th king in line reportedly fled to Denmark rather than face the sacred tree, and his kingdom eventually collapsed when the people interpreted his refusal as proof that the gods had abandoned them entirely. The practice of royal sacrifice at Uppsala wasn't limited to times of obvious crisis. There were also cases where kings were sacrificed not because of immediate disasters, but because of prophetic dreams or unusual celestial events that were interpreted as harbingers of future catastrophe. The voleur who specialized in these interpretations held enormous power, as their pronouncements could literally determine whether a king lived or died. The relationship between royal authority and prophetic wisdom was so complex that some kings were said to have sought out their own deaths rather than live with the uncertainty of not knowing whether the gods still favored their rule. What makes the historical record of royal sacrifice at Uppsala so disturbing isn't just the brutality of the practice, but the way it reveals how thoroughly violence had been integrated into Viking concepts of love, loyalty, and spiritual devotion. These people weren't killing their kings out of hatred or political ambition. They were killing them out of love. Love for their families, love for their communities, love for the cosmic order that they believed required such sacrifices to maintain its stability. The king's willingness to die and the people's willingness to ask him to die were both seen as expressions of the highest form of mutual devotion. The psychological legacy of royal sacrifice extended well beyond the Viking Age. Even after the conversion to Christianity, Scandinavian cultures retained a deep-seated expectation that legitimate rulers should be willing to sacrifice themselves for their people's welfare. This expectation took different forms: kings leading hopeless military charges, rulers accepting exile rather than compromise their principles, monarchs choosing martyrdom over political accommodation. But the underlying pattern remained consistent. The ideal of royal self-sacrifice that was forged in the sacred groves of Uppsala continued to shape Northern European concepts of leadership for centuries. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of royal sacrifice was how it created a form of governance based on the principle that love and violence were not just compatible, but mutually reinforcing. The more the people loved their king, the more willing they were to ask him to die for them. The more the king loved his people, the more readily he would agree to such a request. This wasn't the corruption of love by violence or the subordination of affection to political necessity. This was the creation of a new category of human relationship in which the ultimate expression of care was the willingness to kill or be killed. As we prepare to delve even deeper into these dark currents of Viking spirituality, remember that the kings who died hanging from the sacred tree at Uppsala weren't victims in the way we would understand that term today. They were collaborators in their own destruction, people who had been so thoroughly convinced of the righteousness of ritual sacrifice that they would climb the ladder to the noose with genuine enthusiasm, believing that their death was the most meaningful act of their entire reign. The question that should disturb you isn't how their subjects could have asked them to die, but how completely they had all convinced themselves that such requests were expressions of the purest form of devotion. If you thought the great sacrifices at Uppsala represented the extremes of Viking ritual practice, you haven't yet grasped the true scope of how blood sacrifice permeated every aspect of Norse society. The blot, the communal sacrificial feast that bound communities together through shared participation in sacred violence, wasn't an occasional ceremony reserved for times of crisis. It was the fundamental social institution that transformed scattered groups of farmers, warriors, and crafters into cohesive units, capable of the extraordinary feats of exploration, conquest, and cultural expansion that defined the Viking Age. Every season brought its blot. The Disablot in early spring to honor the female spirits who protected the community. The Sigurblot before military campaigns to ensure victory in battle. The Vetrablot at the beginning of winter to secure the gods' protection during the dark months ahead. But these weren't solemn, dignified religious services conducted by professional priests in sacred buildings. They were participatory orgies of ritual violence in which every member of the community was expected to personally take part in the killing, the butchering, the bloodletting that would feed the gods and bind the people together in bonds stronger than family, stronger than law, stronger than any mere human institution. Picture this. You're a new member of a Viking community, perhaps a young warrior who has recently earned your place through deeds in battle, or maybe a woman who has married into the group and needs to prove your loyalty to your new neighbors. The autumn blot is approaching, and you know that your acceptance into this society, your very survival through the coming winter, depends on your willingness to participate fully in rituals that will challenge everything you thought you knew about the relationship between civilization and savagery. The preparation for a blot began weeks in advance and involved the entire community in ways that made everyone complicit in what was about to occur. Animals had to be selected based on complex criteria involving their age, their color, their behavior, and their perceived spiritual purity. A horse chosen for sacrifice to Odin had to be white or gray and had never been ridden by a woman. Cattle offered to Thor needed to be young bulls with no visible scars or blemishes. The goats intended for Freyr had to be completely black and sexually mature but never bred. But the selection process went beyond mere physical characteristics. The animals chosen for blot sacrifice were observed for weeks beforehand, and their behavior was interpreted for signs of divine approval. An animal that appeared calm and willing was considered blessed by the gods and suitable for sacrifice. One that showed fear or resistance might be rejected, not because the Vikings were concerned about animal welfare, but because they believed that unwilling sacrifices would not be accepted by the deities and might even anger them. The ritual space for a blot was carefully prepared to facilitate both the practical aspects of mass animal slaughter and the spiritual dimensions of community transformation. A large fire pit would be constructed at the center of the gathering area, surrounded by carved wooden posts depicting the gods and decorated with the skulls of previous sacrifices. Stone altars were arranged around the perimeter, each one assigned to a specific deity and equipped with the specialized tools required for different types of offerings. But here's what made the blot fundamentally different from other forms of religious sacrifice practiced by contemporary cultures. Participation wasn't voluntary, and it wasn't delegated to religious specialists. Every adult member of the community was required to personally kill at least one animal during the ceremony. This wasn't symbolic participation or witnessing from a distance. This was hands-on involvement in the taking of life, the spilling of blood, the transformation of living beings into food for the gods. The killing itself followed specific protocols that had been refined over generations. The animals weren't simply slaughtered, they were executed according to methods that maximized both their suffering and the psychological impact on the human participants. Horses were hung from specially constructed gallows, their struggles prolonging the dying process while the community watched and waited. Cattle were killed by blunt force trauma to the head, but the blows were deliberately calculated to cause unconsciousness without immediate death, so that the animals could be bled while still alive. The most psychologically challenging aspect of blot participation was the requirement that each person drink the warm blood of the animal they had killed. This wasn't a symbolic sip from a ceremonial cup. This was the consumption of significant quantities of fresh blood, still warm from the animal's body, still carrying the taste and texture of life itself. The belief was that the blood contained the animal's life force, and that consuming it would transfer that spiritual energy to the human participant and make them acceptable offerings to the gods in their own right. But the blood drinking served another, more sinister purpose. It created a shared experience so viscerally disturbing that it forged psychological bonds between participants that could never be broken. When you've knelt beside someone and watched them drain the blood from a horse's neck, when you've seen their face as they force themselves to swallow mouthful after mouthful of warm blood, when you've done the same thing yourself while they watched you, that creates a level of intimacy and mutual vulnerability that transcends ordinary social relationships. The archaeological evidence for blot practices comes primarily from excavations of ritual sites across Scandinavia, and what it reveals is both more extensive and more disturbing than even the saga accounts suggest. At Sanda in Sweden, archaeologists have uncovered sacrificial deposits containing the remains of hundreds of animals, all killed according to the specific methods described in the literary sources. The bones show clear evidence of ritual treatment, specific cuts, careful arrangement, deliberate breaking patterns that serve no practical purpose but align perfectly with described blot protocols. More disturbing are the human remains found at some blot sites, not frequent but consistent enough to establish a pattern. These appear to be community members who were selected for human sacrifice during particularly important ceremonies or times of crisis. The skeletal evidence suggests that these individuals weren't prisoners or slaves, but full members of the community who were chosen, possibly volunteers, to serve as the ultimate offering to the gods. The selection process for human sacrifice during blot ceremonies was based on principles that reveal just how deeply these communities had integrated violence into their concepts of honor and spiritual worthiness. The ideal candidate was someone who embodied the community's highest values: a successful warrior, a fertile woman, a skilled craftsman, a wise elder. The logic was that the gods would be more pleased with the sacrifice of someone valuable than with the death of someone expendable. But here's what makes this practice so psychologically complex. The selected individual often participated willingly, sometimes even enthusiastically, in their own sacrifice. They were given weeks or months to prepare, during which time they were treated with extraordinary respect and provided with whatever they desired. They became living representatives of the entire community, honored vessels through which the collective spirit could be offered to the divine. The actual human sacrifice during a blot followed many of the same patterns as animal sacrifice, but with additional ritual elements designed to emphasize the magnitude of what was occurring. The chosen person would be fed a final meal consisting of specific foods associated with their intended deity. They would be dressed in special clothing that marked them as sacred offerings, and they would be required to formally consent to their death in front of the entire community, speaking words that release their neighbors from any guilt associated with their killing. The methods used for human sacrifice during blot ceremonies varied depending on which god was being honored, but they all shared certain characteristics. The death had to be slow enough for the victim to remain conscious throughout most of the process. It had to be painful enough to demonstrate the sincerity of the offering, and it had to be public enough that every member of the community could witness the transformation of one of their neighbors into a gift for the gods. The psychological aftermath of participating in blot ceremonies was profound and lasting. Community members who had shared in the ritual killing and blood drinking developed bonds of loyalty and mutual obligation that made them capable of extraordinary collective action. They had proven to each other that they were willing to cross fundamental moral boundaries when their shared spiritual commitments required it. They had demonstrated that their allegiance to the group transcended their individual comfort. their personal ethics, and their instinctive revulsion at violence. But these bonds came at a terrible psychological cost. Many participants in blot ceremonies appear to have suffered from what we would today recognize as post-traumatic stress symptoms. Saga accounts describe warriors who became obsessed with cleanliness after drinking animal blood, women who could never again bear the smell of cooking meat, community leaders who would wake screaming from dreams about the sacrificial ceremonies they had conducted. The blot also created a form of social control that was far more effective than laws or punishment. Once you had participated in the ritual killing, once you had drunk the blood and witnessed your neighbors doing the same, you were bound to the community by shared guilt and mutual complicity. You couldn't leave because you carried secrets that could destroy you if revealed to outsiders. You couldn't rebel because everyone around you had witnessed your participation in acts that made you vulnerable to their testimony. The seasonal cycle of blot ceremonies created a rhythm of violence that shaped the entire Viking calendar. Communities would spend months preparing for each sacrifice, gathering the necessary animals, crafting the required tools, identifying and preparing any human offerings. The ceremonies themselves would last for days, sometimes weeks, during which normal social roles were suspended and everyone participated in the sacred violence. Then there would be periods of recovery and purification, followed by preparation for the next cycle. This constant alternation between normal life and ritual violence had a profound impact on Viking psychology and worldview. It normalized extreme acts of bloodshed while simultaneously treating them as sacred and exceptional. It created a culture in which ordinary farmers and craftspeople were regularly required to demonstrate their willingness to kill, to witness killing, to consume the evidence of death, and to treat these acts as expressions of their highest spiritual values. The integration of children into blot practices was carefully managed, but absolutely essential for the continuity of Viking culture. Young people couldn't participate in the actual killing until they reached adulthood, but they were required to witness the ceremonies from an early age. They would see their parents, siblings, and neighbors transformed into ritual killers, watch them drink blood and offer flesh to the gods, observe the ecstatic states that participants often entered during the most intense phases of the ceremony. This childhood exposure to ritualized violence served as a form of psychological conditioning that prepared young Vikings for their eventual full participation in community life. By the time they were old enough to wield the sacrificial knife themselves, they had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the belief that such acts were not only acceptable, but necessary for spiritual and social health. The blot ceremonies also served important economic and political functions that helped maintain community cohesion beyond their purely religious significance. The meat from sacrificed animals was distributed according to complex protocols that reinforced social hierarchies while ensuring that everyone received a share. The process of organizing and conducting the ceremonies provided opportunities for community leaders to demonstrate their competence and authority. The shared investment of time, resources, and emotional energy created collective ownership of community institutions and decisions. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the blot system was how it created a form of spiritual addiction that made Viking communities dependent on increasingly extreme acts of violence to achieve the same level of religious satisfaction. Over time, the psychological impact of routine animal sacrifice would diminish, and communities would find themselves requiring more elaborate ceremonies, more valuable offerings, more shocking displays of devotion to maintain their sense of connection to the divine. This escalation process helps explain why human sacrifice, while never routine, became increasingly common during periods of social stress or cultural transition. Communities that had become psychologically dependent on the intense bonding experience created by shared participation in ritual violence would eventually reach a point where only the most extreme possible offering, the sacrifice of one of their own members, could provide the spiritual intensity they craved. The decline of blot practices coincided with the conversion to Christianity, but the transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many communities continued conducting sacrificial ceremonies for decades after their nominal conversion, simply rebranding them as Christian festivals while maintaining the essential elements of ritual violence and blood consumption. The psychological needs that the blot had served didn't disappear overnight, and it took generations for alternative forms of community bonding to develop sufficient strength to replace them. What emerges from studying the blot system is a picture of how sophisticated cultures can systematically organize and maintain practices that would be considered utterly barbaric by contemporary standards. The Vikings weren't primitive savages acting on uncontrolled impulses. They were intelligent, organized people who had developed complex institutional frameworks for channeling violence into forms that served their social and spiritual needs. They had created a system that transformed individual acts of killing into collective expressions of devotion, that turned seasonal slaughter into community sacrament, that made the taking of life into the foundation of social life. As we continue exploring these dark territories of human spiritual practice, keep in mind that the communities that gathered for blot ceremonies weren't fundamentally different from any other human society. They were groups of people trying to survive in a harsh environment, seeking meaning and connection in a world that often seemed hostile and chaotic. The rituals they developed were their solution to the universal human need for transcendence, for significance, for bonds strong enough to make individual sacrifice meaningful. The fact that their solution involved systematic violence doesn't make it alien to human nature. It makes it a disturbing reminder of what human nature is capable of when it becomes convinced that the gods demand blood, and that survival depends on the willingness to provide it. You've heard the stories. Warriors so consumed by battle fury that they felt no pain, feared no death, fought with the strength of wild beasts and the savagery of forces beyond human comprehension. The berserkers of Viking legend have become symbols of primal rage, of what happens when civilization's thin veneer is stripped away to reveal the animal beneath. But what you haven't heard, what the sanitized versions of these tales carefully omit, is how these legendary warriors were actually created. The process wasn't mystical or accidental. It was a systematic program of psychological destruction and reconstruction that transformed ordinary young men into weapons of war through methods so brutal that many candidates didn't survive the transformation. The word berserker itself provides the first clue to understanding what these warriors actually were. Bear shirt or bear shirt, both translations point to the same reality. These weren't men who had simply learned to fight with unusual ferocity. They were individuals who had undergone a fundamental alteration of consciousness, a deliberate fragmentation of their normal human psychology that allowed them to access states of awareness unavailable to ordinary mortals. They had been systematically broken and rebuilt according to specifications that prioritized combat effectiveness over psychological health, military utility over individual humanity. The process began with selection, and the criteria used to identify potential berserkers revealed just how well the Vikings understood the psychological profiles that would respond to their brutal training methods. Candidates weren't chosen for their size or strength, though physical capability was important. They were selected for specific personality traits that suggested susceptibility to the controlled madness that berserker training was designed to induce. The ideal candidate was a young man, usually between 14 and 18 years old, who displayed signs of what we might today recognize as dissociative tendencies. Boys who had experienced severe childhood trauma, who showed unusual reactions to pain or stress, who seemed to possess an unusual capacity for entering trance-like states. These weren't the strongest or most skilled young warriors in their communities. They were the ones whose psychological makeup suggested they could be taught to fragment their consciousness on command. The initiation process began with isolation. Selected candidates were removed from their families and communities and taken to remote locations where they would spend months or even years under the guidance of established berserkers who served as both trainers and tormentors. These training camps, often located on islands or in deep forests, were deliberately positioned to emphasize the candidate's separation from normal human society and his dependence on his instructors for survival. The first phase of berserker training involved systematic sleep deprivation combined with sensory manipulation designed to begin the process of psychological breakdown. Candidates would be kept awake for days at a time while being subjected to constant loud noises, bright lights, sudden temperature changes, and other environmental stressors. When they were finally allowed to sleep, it would be for brief periods in uncomfortable positions or while exposed to harsh weather conditions. But the psychological manipulation went far beyond simple torture. The trainers would use sophisticated techniques to begin fragmenting the candidate's sense of identity and reality. They would tell him contradictory stories about his past, challenge his memories of his family and community, force him to recite accounts of his own life that contained deliberate falsehoods. The goal was to create uncertainty about the reliability of his own perceptions and memories, making him more susceptible to the alternative reality that the berserker training would eventually provide. The dietary component of berserker training was particularly insidious. Candidates were fed diets that were deliberately designed to alter their neurochemistry and psychological state. Large quantities of raw meat, often from predatory animals, were believed to transfer aggressive characteristics to the consumer. Fermented beverages containing various plant extracts, including substances that we now know have psychoactive properties, were used to induce altered states of consciousness and make the training more effective. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the dietary regimen was the periodic requirement to consume human flesh, not as a primary food source but as a ritualistic practice designed to break down the psychological barriers that separated the candidate from the animal state he was being trained to access. The flesh usually came from enemies killed in battle or from individuals who had been executed for various crimes. But the source mattered less than the psychological impact on the candidates who were forced to consume it. The physical training component was brutal beyond what even hardened warriors of the age would consider reasonable. Candidates were subjected to beatings that left them barely conscious, forced to fight against multiple opponents while handicapped by weights or restrictions, and required to endure pain that would cause most people to lose consciousness. But the physical abuse wasn't the primary purpose. It was a tool for psychological conditioning. Each beating, each imposed hardship, each moment of excruciating pain was carefully timed and contextualized to reinforce specific psychological messages. The candidate learned that his normal human responses to pain and fear were weaknesses that needed to be overcome. He discovered that by entering certain mental states, initially induced through drugs and sensory manipulation, later accessible through will alone, he could transcend ordinary human limitations and endure things that should have been impossible. The transformation wasn't gradual or gentle. There was a specific moment in each candidate's training when the psychological fragmentation reached a critical point and his consciousness fundamentally reorganized itself. Trainers called this the breaking, and they could recognize it by external signs, changes in the candidate's voice and facial expressions, alterations in his movement patterns, and most importantly, the emergence of what appeared to be an entirely separate personality that existed solely for combat. This combat personality wasn't simply an expression of enhanced aggression. It was a complete alternative identity with its own memories, its own values, and its own relationship to physical reality. When a fully trained berserker entered his combat state, he wasn't an ordinary man fighting with unusual ferocity. He was literally a different person occupying the same body. Someone whose psychological programming made him incapable of experiencing fear, pain, or doubt about the righteousness of violence. The archaeological evidence for berserker training practices comes primarily from sites in Norway and Iceland, where researchers have uncovered what appear to be specialized training facilities. These locations show signs of long-term occupation by small groups with architectural features, isolation chambers, specialized fighting areas, facilities for preparing unusual foods that align with the training methods described in the literary sources. More disturbing are the human remains found at some of these sites. Skeletal evidence suggests that many berserker candidates didn't survive their training. The bones show signs of extreme physical trauma, including fractures that would have required weeks or months to heal, indicating that the training continued even when candidates were seriously injured. Some skeletons show evidence of deliberate mutilation that appears to have been performed as part of the training process rather than as punishment for failure. But perhaps the most chilling archaeological discovery was a series of carved wooden tablets found at a berserker training site in Iceland. These tablets contained what appeared to be training instructions, detailed descriptions of the psychological techniques used to fragment consciousness and create the berserker combat state. The level of sophistication revealed in these instructions suggests that the Vikings had developed a systematic understanding of how to induce controlled dissociation that was remarkably advanced for its time. The tablets describe specific combinations of sensory deprivation, pain induction, chemical alteration, and psychological manipulation that were designed to create precise changes in consciousness. They provide instructions for recognizing when a candidate had successfully achieved the necessary psychological fragmentation, methods for stabilizing the combat personality once it had emerged, and techniques for ensuring that the berserker could return to normal consciousness after battle. The successful completion of berserker training created warriors who were incredibly effective in combat, but profoundly damaged as human beings. The psychological fragmentation that gave them their military capabilities also made it nearly impossible for them to maintain normal social relationships or integrate successfully into peacetime community life. Most berserkers remained isolated from mainstream society, living in small groups with others who had undergone similar training and who understood the psychological costs of their transformation. The combat effectiveness of trained berserkers was legendary, but it came at a price that extended far beyond the individual warriors who underwent the transformation. Berserker units were notoriously difficult to control once they had entered their combat state. They would continue fighting long after strategic objectives had been achieved, often turning their violence against their own allies if no enemies remained available. The psychological programming that made them fearless and relentless also made them indiscriminate and unpredictable. The most disturbing accounts of berserker behavior come from situations where they were forced to return to normal consciousness while surrounded by the evidence of what they had done during their combat state. Many berserkers appear to have had little or no memory of their actions while in their alternative personality, and the discovery of the carnage they had created while psychologically absent often led to severe trauma and, in some cases, suicide. The relationship between berserkers and the rest of Viking society was complex and ambivalent. These warriors were valued for their military effectiveness and feared for their psychological instability. They were honored as embodiments of the warrior ideal and shunned as individuals who had sacrificed their humanity for combat prowess. Communities that employed berserkers were grateful for the protection they provided, but uncomfortable with the knowledge of what had been done to create such protection. The training of berserkers also reveals something deeply disturbing about Viking concepts of individual identity and psychological integrity. The deliberate fragmentation of consciousness that berserker training required suggests that Viking culture viewed the human mind as something that could be legitimately restructured to serve collective needs, even if such restructuring destroyed the individual's capacity for normal human experience. The religious dimensions of berserker transformation were complex and deeply integrated into Viking spiritual beliefs. The combat state that trained berserkers could access was understood as a form of divine possession, a temporary merger with the spirit of Odin or other war gods. This spiritual interpretation helped justify the extreme methods used to create berserkers and provided a framework for understanding their altered consciousness as something sacred rather than pathological. But the religious significance of berserker transformation also created additional pressures and expectations that made their psychological burden even heavier. They weren't just warriors, they were living representatives of divine power expected to embody the characteristics of the gods they channeled. This spiritual role meant that any sign of weakness or doubt on their part was interpreted not just as personal failure, but as evidence that the gods had withdrawn their favor. The decline of berserker training coincided with changes in Viking military tactics and social organization that made their specialized form of warfare less effective. As Viking society became more centralized and warfare became more strategic, the uncontrolled fury that was the berserker's primary asset became increasingly problematic. Military leaders needed soldiers who could follow complex orders and coordinate with large units, capabilities that were incompatible with the psychological fragmentation that berserker training created. But the end of formal berserker training didn't mean the end of interest in the psychological techniques that had been developed to create them. The methods used to fragment consciousness and create alternative personalities were adapted for other purposes, including religious practices and shamanic traditions that continued long after the Viking Age had ended. What emerges from studying berserker training is a picture of how systematically human psychology can be manipulated when a culture decides that individual mental health is less important than collective military effectiveness. The Vikings who developed these training methods weren't cruel or sadistic. They were practical people trying to create the most effective warriors possible within the constraints of their available technology and understanding. The berserkers they created were magnificent weapons and tragic human beings. They had achieved a form of transcendence that allowed them to surpass normal human limitations in combat, but at the cost of their ability to experience the full range of human emotions and relationships. They had been transformed into something more than human in their military capabilities and something less than human in their psychological completeness. As we continue exploring the dark territories of Viking spiritual practice, remember that the young men who volunteered for berserker training weren't victims in the conventional sense. They were willing participants in their own transformation, people who had been convinced that the sacrifice of their psychological integrity was a worthy price to pay for the ability to serve their communities as ultimate warriors. They had chosen to surrender their individual humanity in exchange for a form of collective immortality, to become living weapons whose deeds would be remembered long after their broken minds had found whatever peace death could provide. The question that should haunt you isn't how the Vikings could have developed such brutal training methods, but how easily young people can be convinced to sacrifice their mental health for abstract ideals, and how readily communities will accept such sacrifice when they believe it serves their collective interests. But if the systematic destruction of young warriors' minds seems like the ultimate corruption of Viking masculinity, you haven't yet encountered the practitioners of cider, the shamanic magic that was so fundamentally disturbing to Norse concepts of gender and power that even the most hardened berserkers would avert their eyes when the Völur began their work. There existed in Viking society a form of magic so powerful that even Odin himself practiced it, yet so fundamentally shameful that any mortal man caught engaging in it would face social exile or death. Cider, the shamanic practice that granted its practitioners the ability to see the future, manipulate fate, and commune directly with the spirits of the dead, represented everything that Viking culture simultaneously craved and feared about the surrender of masculine control. It was magic that required its practitioners to abandon the rigid gender roles that defined Norse society, to embrace forms of vulnerability and receptivity that were seen as fundamentally feminine, and to undergo transformations so psychologically disturbing that witnesses often compared them to watching someone die and be reborn as something no longer entirely human. You need to understand what cider represented in the context of Viking gender dynamics before you can grasp why it was simultaneously revered and reviled. Norse society was built on an extremely rigid separation between masculine and feminine roles, with men expected to embody qualities of aggression, dominance, and emotional control, while women were associated with receptivity, intuition, and spiritual sensitivity. These weren't just social conventions, they were cosmic principles that the Vikings believed reflected the fundamental order of the universe itself. But Seder magic required its practitioners to violate these cosmic principles in ways that challenged the very foundations of Viking worldview. To successfully practice Seder, a person had to become spiritually receptive, emotionally vulnerable, and psychologically permeable in ways that were considered fundamentally feminine. They had to open themselves to possession by spirits, allow their consciousness to be penetrated by alien intelligences, and submit to forces beyond their control in ways that contradicted everything Viking culture taught about proper masculine behavior. The most powerful Seder practitioners were women, the Völur or seeresses, who served as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds. But what made the practice truly disturbing to Viking society was that men could also learn Seder magic, and when they did, they were required to undergo transformations that essentially feminized them in ways that their communities found profoundly disturbing. These male Seder practitioners, known as Sidemen or Arger, occupied a category of existence that challenged fundamental assumptions about gender, sexuality, and spiritual power. The training required to become a Seder practitioner was both physically and psychologically brutal, but in ways that were entirely different from the masculine violence used to create berserkers. Where berserker training relied on pain and trauma to fragment consciousness, Seder training used techniques of submission and receptivity to dissolve the boundaries between self and other, between human and spirit, between male and female. A potential Seder practitioner would begin their training by learning to enter trance states through various combinations of rhythmic movement, repetitive chanting, and controlled breathing. But unlike other forms of shamanic practice found in neighboring cultures, Norse Seder required its practitioners to achieve these altered states while maintaining conscious awareness of their vulnerability and receptivity. They couldn't simply lose themselves in ecstatic frenzy. They had to remain consciously present while allowing their minds to be invaded by alien intelligences. The physical components of Seder practice were deliberately designed to violate Viking gender norms in ways that would be immediately recognizable to anyone who witnessed them. Male practitioners were required to dress in women's clothing during ritual work, to adopt feminine postures and gestures, and to use tools and implements that were specifically associated with female domestic activities. They would work with spindles and distaffs, the quintessential symbols of femininity in Norse culture, while performing magical operations that required them to metaphorically spin the threads of fate. But the gender transgression went far beyond clothing and tools. Seder practice required its male practitioners to adopt psychological attitudes and behaviors that were considered fundamentally feminine. They had to learn to be receptive rather than aggressive, to submit rather than dominate, to allow themselves to be penetrated, both physically and spiritually, by forces beyond their control. The sexual implications of this transformation were explicit and intentional, designed to emphasize the complete abandonment of masculine identity that effective Seder practice required. The most disturbing aspect of male Seder practice was the requirement for ritual sexual submission that was part of advanced training. Male practitioners were expected to take the receptive role in sexual encounters with both spirits and other humans, experiences that were understood as forms of spiritual initiation, but that violated every principle of masculine behavior that Viking society considered sacred. These weren't metaphorical or symbolic acts. They were literal sexual experiences that fundamentally altered the practitioner's relationship to their own gender identity and social role. The volur, the female satyr practitioners, occupied a position in Viking society that was simultaneously exalted and isolated. They were revered for their magical abilities and sought out by kings and jarls for their prophetic insights. But they were also feared and avoided by ordinary people who recognized the profound otherness that their spiritual practices had created in them. A vulva wasn't just a woman who happened to practice magic. She was someone who had undergone transformation so fundamental that she existed in a category entirely separate from normal human society. The training of a vulva began in childhood and involved systematic preparation for a life of spiritual isolation and psychological extremity. Young girls who showed signs of magical sensitivity would be removed from their families and placed under the guidance of established practitioners who would shape their development according to principles that prioritize spiritual power over human connection, magical effectiveness over psychological health. The most important component of vulva training was learning to achieve and maintain states of spiritual possession that allowed communication with various categories of supernatural beings. But these weren't pleasant mystical experiences. They were violent psychological invasions that left the practitioner fundamentally changed by each encounter. The spirits that the volur contacted weren't benevolent guides or helpful ancestors. They were alien intelligences with their own agendas, beings that would use the practitioner's body and mind as instruments for their own purposes. Archaeological evidence for satyr practice comes primarily from grave sites that contain the specialized equipment used by practitioners. The most famous is the Firkat grave from Denmark, which contained the complete ritual kit of a vulva, an iron staff topped with intricate bronze fittings, various amulets and charms, and what appears to be a specialized seat or platform used during trance work. But perhaps most significantly, the grave also contained cannabis seeds and other psychoactive substances that were clearly used to facilitate the altered states of consciousness that satyr practice required. The iron staff found in vulva graves wasn't just a symbol of authority. It was a functional tool used during the most dangerous aspects of satyr practice. The staff served as an anchor point for the practitioner's consciousness during spirit travel, a weapon for defending against hostile supernatural entities, and a conduit for channeling magical energies in ways that would otherwise overwhelm the human nervous system. The intricate decorations on these staves weren't merely ornamental, they were magical diagrams that mapped the spiritual territories the volur would navigate during their trance work. But the most disturbing discoveries at satyr-related archaeological sites are the human remains that show evidence of ritual modification performed on living practitioners. Several vulva burials contain skeletons with deliberate scarification patterns, intentionally broken and healed bones, and evidence of surgical procedures that appear to have been performed as part of magical initiation rather than medical treatment. These modifications weren't punishment or accident. They were systematic alterations designed to enhance the practitioner's ability to serve as a vessel for supernatural forces. The social dynamics surrounding satyr practice created complex tensions within Viking communities that revealed deep-seated anxieties about gender, power, and spiritual authority. Male cider practitioners were simultaneously feared for their magical abilities and despised for their gender transgression. They possessed power that even the greatest warriors couldn't match, but they had acquired that power through methods that violated every principle of masculine behavior that Viking society held sacred. The relationship between cider practitioners and political authority was particularly complex. Kings and jarls needed the information and magical services that the Völur and Sidemen could provide, but they also recognized that these practitioners represented a form of power that existed entirely outside normal systems of social control. A Völva who could see the future and manipulate fate wasn't subject to the same constraints as ordinary subjects, and her loyalty couldn't be ensured through conventional means of reward and punishment. This tension led to the development of elaborate protocols for managing relationships with cider practitioners. They would be honored and rewarded for their services, but they would also be carefully watched and controlled to prevent them from using their abilities in ways that threatened established power structures. The most powerful practitioners often lived in deliberate isolation, visiting communities only when their services were specifically requested and maintaining minimal contact with ordinary society. The prophetic aspect of cider practice was particularly disturbing because it gave practitioners access to information that could be used to manipulate political and military situations in ways that ordinary intelligence gathering couldn't match. A Völva who could see the outcome of battles before they were fought, or predict which alliances would succeed or fail, possessed strategic advantages that made her both invaluable and dangerous to any leader who sought her counsel. But the prophetic abilities of cider practitioners came at a terrible personal cost. The process of seeing the future required them to psychologically experience potential events as if they were actually occurring, to live through multiple possible timelines simultaneously, and to carry the emotional weight of knowing about disasters and tragedies that hadn't yet occurred but were inevitable. Many practitioners developed what we would today recognize as severe depression and anxiety disorders as a result of their constant exposure to future suffering. The necromantic aspects of cider practice, the ability to communicate with and control the spirits of the dead, created additional psychological burdens that few practitioners could bear for extended periods. The dead weren't peaceful or helpful in Viking cosmology. They were often angry, confused, and resentful about their condition, and they would use any opportunity to influence the living world in ways that reflected their own frustration and pain. Communicating with the dead required cider practitioners to open themselves to psychological invasion by beings whose existence was defined by suffering and loss. Each necromantic session would leave the practitioner carrying fragments of the dead person's consciousness, memories, and emotional pain. Over time, these accumulated spiritual contaminations would fundamentally alter the practitioner's personality, leaving them increasingly isolated from normal human experience and connection. The most advanced cider practitioners developed the ability to project their consciousness outside their bodies and travel in spirit form to distant locations or other realms of existence. But these out-of-body experiences weren't the pleasant mystical journeys often described in modern shamanic literature. They were dangerous expeditions into hostile spiritual territories where the practitioner's consciousness could be attacked, corrupted, or permanently severed from their physical body. The techniques used to achieve spirit travel were physically and psychologically demanding. Practitioners would use combinations of fasting, sleep deprivation, physical pain, and psychoactive substances to weaken the connection between consciousness and body until the spirit could separate and travel independently. But the weakened state required for spirit travel also made the practitioner vulnerable to possession by malevolent entities that could use the empty body as a vessel for their own activities in the physical world. The sexual dimensions of Seder practice were explicitly acknowledged and deliberately cultivated as sources of magical power. The Vikings believed that sexual energy could be transformed into spiritual force through proper techniques, and Seder practitioners were trained to use various forms of sexual activity as components of their magical work. This wasn't tantric spirituality in the modern sense. It was raw manipulation of sexual energy for purposes of divination, curse casting, and spirit manipulation. The sexual aspects of Seder practice created additional social tensions because they violated not just gender norms, but also the sexual ethics that governed ordinary Viking relationships. Practitioners would engage in forms of sexual activity that were considered taboo or aberrant, not for personal pleasure, but as components of magical rituals that required the violation of normal social boundaries. What made Seder practice so psychologically disturbing wasn't just its individual components, but the way these elements combined to create a form of spiritual development that systematically destroyed the practitioner's ability to function as a normal member of human society. The gender transgression, the spirit possession, the necromantic communication, the out-of-body travel, the sexual manipulation. Each of these would have been disturbing enough on its own, but together they created a transformation so complete that successful practitioners became essentially alien to their own communities. The decline of Seder practice began with the conversion to Christianity, but the transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many practitioners continued their work in secret for generations after nominal conversion, and some elements of Seder magic were incorporated into folk healing and divination practices that survived well into the modern era. But the complex spiritual technology that had created the most powerful velour and sedmen was gradually lost as the social structures that supported it disappeared. What emerges from studying Seder practice is a picture of how sophisticated spiritual technologies can be developed within cultures that are willing to pay extraordinary psychological and social costs for access to supernatural power. The Vikings, who created and maintained Seder traditions, weren't primitive or superstitious. They were intelligent people who had developed systematic methods for accessing forms of consciousness and spiritual ability that most cultures wouldn't dare attempt to cultivate. The practitioners who mastered these techniques achieved genuine transcendence of ordinary human limitations, but at the cost of their ability to maintain normal human relationships and psychological health. They became living bridges between the human and supernatural worlds. But the process of building those bridges required them to sacrifice their own humanity in ways that left them forever isolated from the communities they served. As we prepare to examine even darker aspects of Viking spiritual practice, remember that the men and women who devoted their lives to Seder magic weren't seeking power for its own sake. They were responding to genuine spiritual needs within their communities, providing services that couldn't be obtained through any other means. Their willingness to undergo psychological transformation so extreme that it destroyed their capacity for normal human life was their way of serving the collective welfare of people who simultaneously honored and feared them for their sacrifices. But perhaps most disturbing of all is the recognition that the spiritual needs that drove the development of cider practice haven't disappeared from human nature. We still crave access to hidden knowledge, still desire the ability to influence fate and communicate with the dead. The question that should haunt you isn't why the Vikings developed such extreme spiritual practices, but what you might be willing to sacrifice of your own psychological integrity if you truly believed that supernatural power was available to those brave enough to pay its price. In the harsh realities of medieval Scandinavia, where survival often hung by threads as thin as the ice that covered the fjords, Viking society developed practices around childhood and childbirth that reveal perhaps the most coldly pragmatic aspect of their culture. What we're about to explore isn't the passionate violence of battle or the ecstatic brutality of religious ceremony. This is something far more chilling, the systematic, calculated decision-making process that determined which newborn children would be allowed to live and which would be left to die in the wilderness, a practice so routine that it had its own specialized vocabulary and established protocols that were followed across the entire Norse world. You need to understand that infanticide and child exposure in Viking society weren't aberrations or emergency measures taken during times of extreme crisis. They were integral components of family and community planning, woven so deeply into the fabric of Norse culture that they were governed by complex legal and social frameworks that determined when, how, and by whom such decisions could be made. This wasn't random cruelty. It was systematic population control based on principles that prioritized community survival over individual life, genetic fitness over familial attachment. The moment of decision came immediately after birth, during a brief window of time when the newborn existed in a liminal state between life and death, between being considered a human being with rights and being treated as something that could be disposed of without moral consequence. The father had the absolute authority to decide whether a child would be accepted into the family through a ritual called vatni ausin, literally sprinkled with water, or whether it would be rejected and left to die through exposure. But this wasn't an arbitrary decision made in the heat of the moment. Viking fathers were expected to evaluate newborn children according to specific criteria that had been refined over generations of practical experience with survival in a harsh environment. Physical deformities, obvious signs of illness or weakness, indicators of potential developmental problems, any of these could justify a decision to reject the child. But the evaluation also included considerations that seem far more coldly calculating. The family's current economic situation, the availability of resources to support another child, the gender of the infant in relation to existing children. The process of child exposure was conducted according to established protocols that were designed to minimize the psychological burden on the family, while ensuring that rejected children would die quickly and without the possibility of rescue by strangers. The infant would be taken to a designated location, usually a remote hillside or forest clearing that was far enough from human habitation to prevent interference, and left exposed to the elements. The timing was crucial. Exposure had to occur within the first few days after birth, before the child had developed enough to survive for any significant period on its own. But here's what makes this practice particularly disturbing. It wasn't conducted in secret or with shame. Child exposure was a publicly acknowledged aspect of Viking family life, discussed openly and accepted as a necessary component of responsible parenthood. Communities maintained designated exposure sites that were known to all residents, and the decision to expose a child was often made with input from extended family members and community elders who understood the practical implications of supporting another mouth to feed. The legal framework surrounding child exposure reveals just how thoroughly this practice had been integrated into Viking society. The laws specified the time limits within which exposure had to occur, the procedures that had to be followed to ensure the decision was made by the appropriate authority, and the protections that existed for children who had been formally accepted into families. A child who survived the exposure period, whether through rescue by others or through extraordinary hardiness, could not be exposed again and had to be accepted back into the community. Archaeological evidence for child exposure comes primarily from excavations of the remote sites where these practices occurred. Researchers have discovered the skeletal remains of numerous infants at locations that match the descriptions of exposure sites found in the literary sources. The positioning of the remains, the artifacts found with them, and the geological evidence of the sites all confirm that these children were deliberately placed in locations where they would die of exposure rather than being killed outright. But perhaps more disturbing than the physical evidence is what the practice of child exposure reveals about Viking concepts of personhood and the value of human life. These weren't people who were callous about the death of children. Their literature is full of expressions of grief over the loss of offspring, and they developed elaborate cultural practices around mourning deceased family members. But they had created a conceptual framework that distinguished between children who had been formally accepted into human society and those who remained in a pre-social state where different moral rules applied. The psychological mechanisms that allowed Viking parents to participate in child exposure were sophisticated and psychologically protective. The brief window between birth and the acceptance ritual was understood as a liminal period when the infant wasn't yet fully human. During this time, the child existed in a category similar to that of animals or natural phenomena, alive, but not possessed of the social and spiritual characteristics that would make killing it equivalent to murder. This conceptual framework was reinforced by religious beliefs that provided spiritual justification for the practice of exposure. The Vikings believed that children who died before being formally accepted into human society would be reincarnated into better circumstances, either within the same family or in families better equipped to provide for them. From this perspective, exposure wasn't killing. It was offering the child's spirit an opportunity to find more favorable conditions for incarnation. But the practice of child exposure also served important social and genetic functions that helped maintain the overall health and survival capacity of Viking communities. By systematically removing individuals with obvious physical or developmental problems, the practice helped prevent the spread of genetic disorders and reduce the burden of caring for individuals who would require significant community resources without being able to contribute proportionally to collective survival efforts. The gender dimensions of child exposure reveal deep-seated priorities within Viking society that reflect both practical considerations and cultural values. Female infants were significantly more likely to be exposed than males, reflecting the greater economic value placed on sons who could become warriors and inherit family property. But the decision wasn't automatically based on gender. A healthy girl might be accepted while a weak or sickly boy might be exposed, depending on the family's circumstances and needs. The seasonal timing of exposure decisions was also significant, with children born during late autumn or winter being more likely to be rejected than those born during spring or summer. This timing reflected practical considerations about the availability of food and resources during the harsh Scandinavian winters, but it also created psychological pressures that made exposure decisions more likely during certain times of the year. The emotional cost of participating in child exposure was substantial, and Viking literature contains numerous accounts of the psychological difficulties experienced by parents who had made such decisions. But these difficulties were understood as necessary sacrifices that responsible parents made for the greater good of their families and communities. The ability to make hard decisions about child survival was considered a mark of maturity and wisdom rather than cruelty or callousness. The role of women in exposure decisions was complex and often contradictory. Mothers had no legal authority to prevent the exposure of their children if the father had decided against acceptance, but they were often the ones who actually carried out the physical act of exposure. This created profound psychological conflicts for women who might desperately want to keep a child, but were bound by law and social custom to participate in its death. But some women found ways to subvert the exposure system without directly challenging male authority. There are accounts of mothers who would secretly provide exposed infants with extra clothing or food, place them in locations where rescue was more likely, or even arrange for other families to discover and adopt the children. These acts of resistance were extremely dangerous. Being caught interfering with an exposure decision could result in severe punishment, but they reveal the complex emotional realities underlying the practice. The practice of child exposure also created opportunities for strategic family planning that went beyond simple population control. Families could use exposure decisions to manipulate inheritance patterns, eliminate potential rivals for resources, or ensure that family property would pass to preferred offspring. These considerations added additional layers of complexity to exposure decisions and created potential for conflicts between different family members with different interests in the child's survival. The communities that developed around exposure sites reveal another disturbing aspect of the practice. Some individuals made careers out of scavenging these locations, either looking for valuable items that might have been left with exposed children, or hoping to find infants who were still alive and could be raised as slaves or servants. This created a parallel economy based on child abandonment that further normalized the practice and provided additional incentives for its continuation. The religious rituals associated with child exposure were designed to minimize the spiritual consequences of what was essentially institutionalized infanticide. Families would perform purification ceremonies after exposure, make offerings to the gods to ensure that the child's spirit found favorable reincarnation, and participate in community rituals that reinforce the rightness of difficult survival decisions. The training that prepared young Vikings for eventual participation in exposure decisions began in childhood through exposure to community discussions of past cases, observation of the decision-making processes used by adults and gradual education about the criteria used to evaluate newborn children. By the time they became parents themselves, they had been thoroughly indoctrinated into the belief system that made such decisions not just acceptable, but morally necessary. The geographic variations in exposure practices across the Viking world reveal how local conditions influenced the application of these general principles. Communities in particularly harsh environments developed more stringent criteria for child acceptance, while those in more favorable locations might be more tolerant of physical imperfections or economic strain. But the underlying practice remained consistent across different regions and cultures within the Norse sphere of influence. The transition away from child exposure began with Christianization, but the change wasn't immediate or complete. Many communities continued practicing exposure for generations after nominal conversion, simply adapting the justifications to fit Christian theology rather than abandoning the practice entirely. The practical pressures that had created the system didn't disappear overnight, and it took centuries for alternative approaches to child welfare to develop sufficient strength to replace exposure as a family planning strategy. What emerges from studying child exposure is a picture of how sophisticated societies can develop institutional frameworks for practices that seem utterly barbaric to contemporary sensibilities. The Vikings who participated in these practices weren't monsters or sociopaths. They were intelligent people trying to ensure the survival of their families and communities under conditions that made such survival genuinely precarious. The children who survived the exposure system grew up in a culture where they understood that their very existence was the result of a deliberate decision that could have gone differently. This knowledge created both gratitude for having been chosen and awareness that their value was conditional on their ability to contribute to family and community welfare. It fostered a form of social consciousness that prioritized collective survival over individual desires or rights. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of child exposure was how it created a feedback loop that made the practice increasingly normalized over successive generations. Each cohort of children who survived exposure became adults who had been shaped by the knowledge that infanticide was an acceptable response to resource scarcity. They were psychologically prepared to make similar decisions about their own offspring, ensuring the continuation of practices that served community needs while exacting terrible emotional costs from the individuals who participated in them. As we continue exploring these dark territories of Viking culture, remember that the parents who carried their newborn children to remote hillsides and left them to die weren't acting out of hatred or indifference. They were making decisions they believed were necessary for the survival of their families and communities, choices that required them to sacrifice their natural parental instincts for what they perceived as the greater good. The question that should haunt you isn't how they could have been so cruel, but how easily humans can convince themselves that the systematic elimination of the vulnerable serves the interests of the strong, and how such practices can become so normalized that entire societies can participate in them without recognizing their fundamental horror. When a great Viking chieftain died, his passage to the afterlife required more than prayers and grave goods. It demanded a form of sacrifice so comprehensive, so totalizing in its consumption of human life, that entire households would be dissolved to provide the deceased with everything he would need for his journey to Valhalla. But what you're about to discover about Viking funeral practices goes far beyond the familiar image of burning longships and grieving warriors. You're about to learn how Viking society developed systematic protocols for the ritual murder of living people. Not enemies or criminals, but loyal servants, beloved concubines, and trusted companions who would be killed and burned alongside their masters in ceremonies that could last for days and consume dozens of human lives. The most detailed account of these practices comes from Ahmad ibn Fadlan, an Arab diplomat who witnessed the funeral of a Rus chieftain along the Volga River in 922 CE. His description is so methodically precise, so clinically detailed in its documentation of systematic human sacrifice, that modern historians have struggled to accept its accuracy. But archaeological evidence from across the Viking world has confirmed every major element of Ibn Fadlan's account, revealing that what he witnessed wasn't an isolated atrocity, but a representative example of funeral practices that were conducted regularly throughout the Norse cultural sphere. According to Ibn Fadlan, the funeral preparations began immediately after the chieftain's death and continued for 10 days, while the deceased's family and retainers made the elaborate arrangements required for a properly equipped journey to the afterlife. But these weren't simply logistical preparations. They were carefully orchestrated psychological conditioning programs designed to prepare the living sacrifices for their role in the ceremony and to ensure their willing cooperation in their own deaths. The selection of human sacrifices for funeral ceremonies followed established protocols that reflected both the spiritual requirements of the ritual and the practical considerations of maintaining household functionality until the actual burial. The deceased's closest personal servants were automatically designated for sacrifice, as their intimate knowledge of his needs and preferences would make them valuable in the afterlife. But additional sacrifices were chosen based on criteria that included their skills, their personal relationships with the deceased, and their perceived spiritual qualities. But here's what makes this practice so psychologically disturbing. Many of the selected sacrifices volunteered eagerly for their role, competing with each other for the honor of accompanying their master to Valhalla. The cultural conditioning that made this possible was the result of lifelong indoctrination into a worldview that presented death in service to a worthy master as the highest possible achievement for a slave or servant. They had been raised from childhood to believe that their entire purpose in existence was to serve their masters, and that this service naturally extended beyond the boundaries of mortal life. The process of preparing slaves for funeral sacrifice involved both practical and spiritual elements that were designed to maximize their value as offerings while ensuring their psychological compliance. The selected individuals would spend their final days in a state of ritual purification, consuming special foods, wearing ceremonial clothing, and participating in religious ceremonies that prepared them for their transformation from living servants into sacred offerings. Ibn Fadlan describes how one of the selected sacrifices, a young woman who had volunteered to accompany her master, was treated during her final days like an honored guest rather than a condemned prisoner. She was given whatever she desired, attended by servants of her own, and allowed to participate in decision-making about the funeral arrangements. But this special treatment wasn't kindness in any sense that we would recognize today. It was psychological manipulation designed to maintain her enthusiasm for voluntary death by making her final days the most pleasant of her entire life. The woman's daily routine during this preparation period included ritualized activities that gradually accustomed her to the idea of her approaching death. She would visit the graves of previous sacrifices, receive instruction from religious specialists about what to expect in the afterlife, and participate in ceremonies that reinforced the spiritual significance of her approaching sacrifice. Each day brought additional confirmation that her death would be meaningful, valuable, and eternally rewarded. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the preparation process was the gradual isolation of the sacrifice from normal human relationships and responsibilities. She was encouraged to think of herself as already dead, as someone who had transcended ordinary mortal concerns and existed in a liminal state between life and death. This psychological transition was facilitated by drugs. Ibn Fadlan mentions that she consumed large quantities of an intoxicating beverage throughout her preparation period. But the chemical assistance was less important than the systematic restructuring of her entire conceptual framework about life, death, and personal identity. The actual funeral ceremony was an elaborate multi-day event that combined elements of religious ritual, community celebration, and mass sacrifice in ways that created an atmosphere of controlled chaos and escalating spiritual intensity. The deceased chieftain's body was placed aboard his ship, along with an enormous array of grave goods, weapons, tools, food, drink, textiles, precious metals, and household items. But these material offerings were understood to be useless without the human sacrifices who would serve the chieftain in the afterlife. The sacrificial protocols required different methods of killing for different categories of victims, with each death carefully orchestrated to maximize its spiritual significance while ensuring that the deceased would arrive in proper condition to serve their master in Valhalla. Some slaves were strangled slowly while being held by multiple executioners, their struggles gradually weakening until they achieved the peaceful expression that indicated their spirits had successfully separated from their bodies. Others were killed by drowning in specially prepared vessels filled with mead or ale, the drowning process carefully controlled to ensure that they died in a state of intoxication that would make their transition to the afterlife as pleasant as possible. The belief was that slaves who died happy would serve more willingly in death than those who died in fear or pain, so considerable effort was invested in ensuring that their final moments were as pleasant as their circumstances would allow. But the most elaborate sacrificial method was reserved for the volunteer sacrifice, typically a young woman who had competed for the honor of serving as the chieftain's primary companion in death. Her killing was transformed into an elaborate ceremony that combined elements of sexual ritual, spiritual initiation, and community celebration in ways that made her death the climactic moment of the entire funeral process. Ibn Fadlan's description of this woman's death is so detailed and so disturbing that many historians have questioned whether it could possibly be accurate. She was taken aboard the funeral ship and placed in a specially prepared tent, where she engaged in ritual sexual intercourse with multiple men from the community, each encounter understood as a form of spiritual communication that would help her carry messages from the living to the dead. After these sexual rituals were completed, she was given additional intoxicants and led through a series of increasingly elaborate spiritual exercises designed to prepare her consciousness for its transition to the afterlife. The actual killing was performed by an elderly woman known as the Angel of Death, a religious specialist who had dedicated her life to the proper conduct of funeral sacrifices. The method used combined strangulation with stabbing, performed simultaneously by multiple executioners to ensure that death occurred quickly while maintaining the spiritual protocols required for a successful offering. But what makes Ibn Fadlan's account so chilling isn't just the brutality of the individual deaths, it's his description of the community's response to these killings. The spectators didn't react with horror or revulsion. They treated each death as a moment of spiritual triumph, cheering and celebrating as the sacrifices achieved their transformation from living servants into sacred offerings. The psychological atmosphere was described as festive, almost carnival-like, with the deaths of human beings serving as entertainment for a community that had been thoroughly conditioned to view such killings as expressions of religious devotion. Archaeological evidence for these practices comes from numerous ship burial sites across Scandinavia and the North Atlantic settlements. The Oseberg ship burial in Norway contained the remains of multiple individuals who showed clear signs of having been killed as sacrificial offerings. The Gokstad burial included evidence of at least 12 human sacrifices arranged around the primary burial. Similar patterns have been found at ship burial sites in Iceland, Greenland, and the British Isles, suggesting that these practices were maintained consistently across the entire Viking expansion. The skeletal evidence reveals that the sacrificial victims represented a cross-section of the deceased's household, including both men and women of various ages and social positions. Some show signs of having been killed by methods that align with Ibn Fadlan's descriptions: strangulation marks, stab wounds, evidence of drowning. But others show signs of more brutal deaths, suggesting that not all sacrifices were as willing or as carefully prepared as the literary sources suggest. Perhaps most disturbing are the burial sites that contain evidence of sacrificial victims who were still alive when they were placed in the funeral pyre. Some skeletons show signs of having struggled against their bonds while the fire consumed them, indicating that not all of the human offerings died before being burned with their masters. These cases suggest that the idealized accounts of willing sacrifice and peaceful death may have been propaganda designed to make the practices seem more acceptable to later audiences. The psychological preparation required for communities to participate in these funeral practices was extensive and began in childhood. Young Vikings would attend funeral ceremonies from an early age, gradually becoming accustomed to the sight of human sacrifice and learning to interpret these deaths as natural and necessary components of proper burial practices. They would hear stories of famous sacrifices, learn about the spiritual rewards that awaited those who served faithfully in death, and absorb the cultural values that made voluntary sacrifice seem not just acceptable, but desirable. The religious framework that justified funeral sacrifice was complex and sophisticated, drawing on fundamental Viking beliefs about the relationship between social hierarchy and spiritual reality. The dead chieftain wasn't just traveling to an afterlife, he was establishing a household in Valhalla that would require the same types of servants and companions that had supported him in life. Without these sacrifices, he would arrive in the afterlife as a powerless exile rather than as a great leader capable of commanding respect and wielding influence among the Einherjar. But the spiritual justification extended beyond mere practical considerations. The sacrificial deaths were understood as transformative experiences that elevated the victims from their earthly status as slaves and servants into something approaching divine beings. By dying in service to their master, they achieved a form of immortality that would otherwise have been impossible for people of their social position. The economic implications of funeral sacrifice were enormous and created significant pressures that influenced how these practices were actually implemented. A great chieftain's funeral could consume the labor value of dozens of people, representing a massive destruction of economic resources at precisely the moment when the community was already destabilized by the loss of its leader. This economic reality meant that funeral sacrifice was often limited by practical considerations rather than spiritual ideals, with families making hard decisions about which servants were truly essential for their master's afterlife needs. The selection process for sacrificial victims also created opportunities for settling political scores and eliminating potential rivals within the household hierarchy. Servants who had fallen out of favor, slaves who had become troublesome, concubines who had been replaced by newer favorites. All of these could find themselves designated for sacrifice under the guise of spiritual necessity, but actually as a means of solving practical problems for the survivors. The psychological impact on the surviving members of the household was profound and lasting. They had participated in the systematic murder of their friends, colleagues, and family members, justified by religious beliefs that may have provided intellectual comfort, but couldn't entirely eliminate the emotional trauma of watching people they knew and cared about die violent deaths. Many survivors appear to have suffered from what we would today recognize as severe psychological trauma, including symptoms that suggest long-term difficulty processing what they had witnessed and participated in. The decline of funeral sacrifice began with the conversion to Christianity, but the transition was gradual and often incomplete. Many communities continued practicing modified forms of the ritual for generations after nominal conversion, substituting animal sacrifices for human ones or finding other ways to maintain the essential spiritual elements while avoiding the aspects that were most obviously incompatible with Christian doctrine. What emerges from studying Viking funeral sacrifice is a picture of how sophisticated religious and social systems can develop around practices that require participants to systematically murder people they know and care about. The Vikings who conducted these ceremonies weren't sadists or psychopaths. They were devout people who genuinely believed that their actions were spiritually necessary, and that the deaths they caused were meaningful contributions to cosmic order. The slaves and servants who volunteered for sacrifice weren't victims in the conventional sense. They were willing participants in a system that had convinced them that their deaths would be more valuable than their lives. They had been raised in a culture that taught them to find meaning and purpose in service to others, even when that service required the ultimate sacrifice of their own existence. But perhaps most disturbing is the recognition that the communities which practiced funeral sacrifice weren't fundamentally different from any other human society. They were groups of people trying to make sense of death, trying to honor their leaders, and maintain social cohesion in the face of loss. The fact that their solution involved the systematic murder of innocent people doesn't make them alien to human nature. It makes them a disturbing reminder of what human nature is capable of when it becomes convinced that killing serves higher purposes than living. As we prepare to delve even deeper into these dark territories of Viking culture, remember that the servants who walked willingly onto the funeral pyres weren't heroes or villains. They were human beings who had been so thoroughly shaped by their cultural environment that they genuinely believed their deaths would be acts of love and loyalty. The question that should haunt you isn't how they could have chosen to die, but how completely they had been convinced that their lives were worth less than their service, and how easily such convictions can be created when societies decide that some people exist primarily to serve the needs of others. But if the willing sacrifice of loyal servants seems like the ultimate expression of Viking devotion to hierarchical order, you haven't yet encountered the judicial system that transformed accusations of wrongdoing into elaborate torture ceremonies, where the gods themselves were expected to reveal truth through the systematic infliction of agony on the accused. In Viking society, determining guilt or innocence in serious crimes wasn't a matter of weighing evidence or examining testimony. It was a process of subjecting the accused to carefully designed tortures that would allow the gods themselves to reveal the truth through the victim's ability to endure pain, survive injury, or demonstrate divine favor in the face of deliberately inflicted suffering. This wasn't primitive justice or the product of legal ignorance. It was a sophisticated judicial system based on the fundamental belief that divine will could be reliably accessed through the systematic application of physical trauma to human beings who may very well have been innocent of any wrongdoing. You need to understand that trial by ordeal wasn't reserved for minor disputes or civil disagreements. These brutal procedures were used to resolve the most serious accusations that Viking society could conceive: murder, treason, witchcraft, adultery, and violations of sacred oaths. The stakes were literally life and death, not just for the accused, but for the entire community whose cosmic relationship with the gods would be affected by whether justice was properly achieved through divine revelation. The most common form of ordeal was the trial by hot iron, a procedure so methodically brutal that it required specialized equipment and trained personnel to conduct properly. The accused would be required to carry a piece of red-hot iron, usually weighing between 1 and 3 pounds, for a distance of exactly 9 paces, while barefoot and wearing only a simple tunic. But this wasn't a test that could be passed through courage or determination. The iron was heated to temperatures that would cause immediate and severe burns, and the distance was calculated to ensure that significant tissue damage would occur regardless of the accused person's pain tolerance or physical condition. The preparation for trial by ordeal was elaborate and designed to maximize both the physical trauma and the spiritual significance of the procedure. The accused would be required to fast for 3 days before the trial, consuming only bread and water while participating in purification rituals intended to make them a suitable vessel for divine judgment. Their hands would be examined and blessed by religious authorities, and they would be required to swear additional oaths confirming their willingness to accept whatever verdict the gods chose to reveal through their suffering. But here's what makes trial by ordeal so psychologically disturbing. The community didn't just watch these procedures. They participated in them as religious ceremonies that bound everyone present into collective responsibility for the outcome. The heating of the iron was conducted as a sacred ritual, with prayers and incantations designed to ensure that the metal would serve as an accurate conduit for divine will. The spectators weren't passive observers. They were congregation members participating in a religious service where human torture was the primary sacrament. The actual trial would begin at dawn, with the entire community gathering in a circle around the ordeal site. The accused would be brought forward and required to publicly restate the charges against them, declare their innocence or guilt, and formally request that the gods reveal the truth through their suffering. Then they would be handed the glowing iron and required to carry it the prescribed distance while the community watched for signs of divine favor or displeasure. The physical effects of carrying red-hot iron were immediate and devastating. The metal would adhere to the flesh of the hands, causing burns that penetrated through skin and muscle to the bone beneath. The smell of burning flesh would fill the air, and the accused would often collapse from shock and pain before completing the required distance. But the ordeal wasn't considered complete until they had either walked the full 9 paces or demonstrated conclusively that they were unable to do so. After the iron was carried, or the attempt was abandoned, the accused's hands would be carefully bandaged and sealed with wax that bore the marks of religious authorities. They would then be confined for exactly 3 days while the gods decided whether to heal their wounds or allow them to fester as a sign of guilt. During this waiting period, the entire community would maintain ritual observances designed to ensure that divine judgment could manifest without interference from human actions or desires. The examination of the wounds after 3 days was conducted as a religious ceremony that could determine not just the fate of the accused, but the spiritual health of the entire community. If the burns showed signs of healing, if new skin was beginning to form, and there was no evidence of infection, the accused was declared innocent and released with honor. If the wounds had festered or become infected, this was interpreted as divine confirmation of guilt, and the accused would be executed immediately. But the standards for what constituted divine healing were deliberately ambiguous and subject to interpretation by religious authorities who understood that their decisions would have profound implications for community cohesion and political stability. The same wound might be interpreted as evidence of innocence or guilt, depending on the political context, the social status of the accused, and the community's need for a particular outcome. Archaeological evidence for trial by ordeal comes from specialized sites across Scandinavia, where the iron heating furnaces and ordeal platforms have been excavated. These installations were built according to consistent specifications that suggest standardized procedures were used throughout the Viking world. The furnaces were designed to achieve specific temperatures that would ensure the iron reached the correct heat for maximum effectiveness, without becoming so hot that it would kill the accused instantly. More disturbing are the skeletal remains found at some ordeal sites, showing evidence of the long-term effects of surviving trial by hot iron. Some individuals appear to have lived for years or even decades with severe hand deformities caused by ordeal burns, suggesting that survival of the trial, even with a verdict of innocence, often resulted in permanent disability. The positioning of these remains in consecrated burial grounds indicates that they were considered honorable members of the community despite their injuries. But trial by hot iron was just one of several ordeal procedures used in Viking judicial practice. Trial by boiling water required the accused to retrieve a stone from the bottom of a cauldron filled with water heated to temperatures that would cause immediate and severe scalding. The stone was positioned at a depth that ensured the accused would have to immerse their entire arm up to the elbow, guaranteeing extensive burns regardless of how quickly they completed the task. The procedure for trial by boiling water was even more elaborate than that used for hot iron, involving the preparation of specialized cauldrons, the blessing of the water and stones, and complex rituals designed to ensure that the ordeal would produce reliable divine judgment. The accused would be required to perform purification ceremonies, make offerings to specific deities associated with justice and truth, and undergo examinations to ensure they were physically and spiritually prepared for the trial. Trial by fire was reserved for the most serious accusations and involved requiring the accused to walk barefoot across red-hot plowshares or burning coals arranged in a specific pattern that had been blessed by religious authorities. The distance varied depending on the severity of the charges, but it was always calculated to ensure that significant burning would occur. Some accounts describe accused individuals whose feet were burned so severely that the bones were exposed, yet who were still required to complete the trial or face automatic conviction. But perhaps the most psychologically complex ordeal procedure was trial by cold water, which operated on the principle that innocent individuals would be rejected by the element and float, while guilty parties would be accepted by the water and sink. The accused would be bound with ropes in a specific pattern that prevented swimming but allowed them to float if the water chose to support them. They would then be thrown into deep water while the community watched to see whether they would sink or float. The theological logic behind water ordeal was sophisticated and based on fundamental Viking beliefs about the relationship between elemental forces and moral truth. Water was understood as a pure element that would naturally reject corruption and evil. An innocent person would be rejected by the water and float to the surface, while a guilty individual would be accepted by the element and drawn downward as a sign that the water recognized their spiritual pollution. But the practical implementation of water ordeal created a cruel paradox. Individuals who floated would be declared innocent but might drown anyway if they couldn't be rescued quickly enough, while those who sank would be declared guilty and could also drown if they weren't retrieved in time to save their lives for execution. The timing and logistics of water ordeal required careful coordination to ensure that the divine judgment could be properly interpreted before the accused died from the ordeal itself. The social dynamics surrounding trial by ordeal created complex pressures that went far beyond simple determination of guilt or innocence. Communities understood that their collective spiritual health depended on ensuring that divine justice was properly achieved through these procedures. A botched ordeal or an incorrect interpretation of the results could bring divine displeasure on the entire settlement, leading to crop failures, military defeats, or other forms of cosmic punishment. The selection of who would be subjected to ordeal was itself a complex process that reflected both legal principles and social realities. Accusations serious enough to warrant ordeal had to be formally presented by individuals with sufficient social standing to demand divine judgment. But the decision to proceed with ordeal also involved considerations of the accused person's status, their family connections, and the potential political implications of different possible outcomes. The psychological preparation of communities for ordeal ceremonies involved weeks of increasing tension and spiritual intensity. Everyone understood that they were about to participate in a direct communication with the gods, and the outcome would have implications that extended far beyond the fate of the accused individual. Purification rituals, special fasting requirements, and restrictions on normal activities created an atmosphere of heightened religious awareness that made the ordeal seem like the natural culmination of cosmic processes rather than human-imposed torture. The role of religious specialists in conducting ordeals was crucial and required individuals with specialized knowledge of the theological principles, practical procedures, and interpretive frameworks that would ensure accurate divine communication. These specialists weren't just ceremonial officials. They were technical experts who understood how to create conditions that would produce reliable supernatural results through the systematic application of controlled trauma. The training required to become an ordeal specialist involved not just religious education, but practical experience with the effects of various forms of torture on human physiology. Specialists needed to understand how different types of burns would heal, how to recognize signs of divine intervention in wound recovery, and how to maintain the accused in conditions that would allow accurate assessment of divine judgment without compromising their survival unnecessarily. The economic implications of trial by ordeal were significant and created additional pressures that influenced how these procedures were used in practice. Conducting a proper ordeal required specialized equipment, trained personnel, and community-wide participation that disrupted normal economic activities for extended periods. These costs meant that ordeal was typically reserved for cases where the stakes justified the investment, but they also created incentives for communities to find ways to resolve accusations through less expensive means when possible. The aftermath of ordeal ceremonies had profound and lasting effects on everyone involved. Regardless of the verdict reached, communities that had participated in torturing an innocent person who was subsequently vindicated by divine judgment had to cope with the guilt and trauma of having inflicted unnecessary suffering on someone who didn't deserve it. Conversely, communities that had witnessed divine confirmation of guilt through ordeal often struggled with the knowledge that they had been living among individuals whose corruption had been hidden until revealed through systematic torture. The accused individuals who survived ordeal with verdicts of innocence often found that their exoneration came at enormous personal cost. The physical injuries they sustained were frequently permanent and disabling, affecting their ability to work and participate normally in community life. But perhaps more significantly, they had undergone experiences that fundamentally altered their psychological relationship to their own bodies, to physical pain, and to the community members who had watched them suffer. The decline of trial by ordeal began with Christianization, but continued longer than many other pagan practices because it could be adapted to Christian theological frameworks without requiring fundamental changes to the underlying procedures. Christian authorities developed new justifications for ordeal that emphasized God's ability to reveal truth through human suffering. But the actual tortures used remained essentially unchanged from their pagan origins. What emerges from studying trial by ordeal is a picture of how sophisticated judicial systems can be built around the principle that truth can be reliably accessed through the systematic infliction of pain on individuals who may be entirely innocent of any wrongdoing. The Vikings who developed and maintained these practices weren't sadists or primitives. They were intelligent people who had created logical frameworks for using torture as a means of divine communication and community decision-making. The accused individuals who submitted to ordeal weren't necessarily victims in the conventional sense. Many of them genuinely believed that the procedures would vindicate their innocence and restore their standing in the community. They had been raised in a culture that taught them to trust in divine justice and to accept physical suffering as a reasonable price to pay for accurate determination of truth and falsehood. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of trial by ordeal was how it created a form of justice that made everyone complicit in the systematic torture of community members. The spectators who watched these procedures weren't just observers. They were participants in religious ceremonies that transformed individual suffering into collective spiritual experience. They had convinced themselves that watching their neighbors endure deliberate torture was not just acceptable, but necessary for maintaining proper relationships with the divine powers that governed their world. As we continue exploring these dark territories of Viking culture, remember that the communities that gathered to watch trial by ordeal weren't motivated by cruelty or bloodlust. They were sincere believers trying to ensure that justice was achieved through methods that they genuinely thought would produce accurate results. The fact that their methods involve systematic torture doesn't make them fundamentally different from any other society that has convinced itself that causing suffering serves higher purposes than preventing it. Deep in the winter months, when the darkness seemed to press against the very walls of Viking settlements, and the cold made every breath a visible reminder of mortality's proximity, certain warriors would begin preparing for a ritual so painful and so deliberately destructive that it challenged everything we think we understand about human tolerance for self-inflicted suffering. The bone-breaking ritual, known in Old Norse as beinbrjótur, wasn't a punishment or an accident of warfare. It was a voluntary ceremony through which aging warriors would systematically fracture their own bones in specific patterns, designed to ensure they would arrive in Valhalla bearing the sacred marks of a life lived in service to war. You have to understand what this ritual represented within the context of Viking beliefs about death, honor, and worthiness for the afterlife. Simply dying in battle wasn't enough to guarantee admission to Odin's Hall. The warrior had to prove through his wounds that he had embraced violence so completely that it had become inscribed in his very skeleton. The bone-breaking ritual was designed for warriors who feared they might die peacefully, whose bodies hadn't accumulated enough battle damage to demonstrate their commitment to the warrior's path, who needed to create artificial evidence of their dedication to violence before death claimed them. The decision to undergo bone breaking was never made lightly or in haste. It required months of preparation, both physical and spiritual, and the approval of religious authorities who could verify that the candidate was genuinely worthy of such an extreme demonstration of devotion. The warriors who chose this path were typically older men who had survived decades of warfare but whose bodies remained frustratingly intact, lacking the scars and deformities that would serve as credentials for entry into Valhalla. But here's what makes this practice so psychologically disturbing. The bone-breaking ritual wasn't conducted as a private ordeal or personal spiritual exercise. It was a community ceremony that required the participation of family members, friends, and fellow warriors who would serve as witnesses to the candidate's transformation from a merely successful warrior into a living embodiment of sacred violence. Everyone present understood that they were watching someone they cared about deliberately destroy their own body in pursuit of spiritual perfection. The preparation phase began in autumn and continued through the darkest months of winter, with the actual bone-breaking ceremony timed to coincide with the spring equinox, when the returning light would symbolize the warrior's rebirth as a perfected offering to the gods. During the preparation period, the candidate would follow strict dietary regimens designed to strengthen their bones while simultaneously making them more susceptible to controlled fracturing. They would consume large quantities of bone marrow, fermented milk products, and specific plant extracts that were believed to enhance bone density while making the skeletal system more responsive to ritual manipulation. The spiritual preparation was equally intensive and involved systematic meditation on pain, death, and the warrior's relationship to violence as a form of religious expression. The candidate would spend hours each day visualizing the bone-breaking process, mentally rehearsing their response to extreme pain, and preparing their consciousness for the ordeal ahead. They would make pilgrimages to the graves of previous bone breakers, seeking guidance from the spirits of warriors who had successfully completed the ritual and achieved admission to Valhalla. The tools used for bone breaking were specially crafted and consecrated for this specific purpose. Heavy hammers with heads designed to deliver precise impacts, anvils positioned at angles that would focus force on specific bone locations, restraining devices that would hold the candidate's limbs in proper position for accurate fracturing. These weren't improvised implements or general-purpose tools. They were sophisticated instruments created by master crafters who understood the technical requirements for systematic skeletal modification. The actual ceremony began before dawn with purification rituals that prepared both the candidate and the witnesses for what was about to occur. The candidate would be bathed in water infused with sacred herbs, dressed in ceremonial garments that provided access to the limbs that would be broken, and fed a final meal consisting of foods associated with Odin and the Einherjar. They would then be required to publicly recite their warrior achievements, declare their worthiness for Valhalla, and formally request that the gods accept their offering of deliberately broken bones. The bone-breaking sequence followed a specific pattern that had been refined over generations of practice. The process would begin with the smaller bones of the hands and feet, allowing the candidate to gradually acclimate to the pain while ensuring that the most important structural bones remained intact until the final phases of the ritual. Each break was performed with ceremonial precision, the hammer falling in rhythm with chanted prayers, while the candidate was required to remain conscious and alert throughout the entire procedure. But what made this ritual so psychologically complex was the role of the family. Members who were required to participate in their loved ones' systematic destruction. The candidate's sons would hold the hammers, their wives would position the limbs, their brothers would provide the physical restraint necessary for accurate bone breaking. This wasn't cruelty, it was considered the highest form of love and support, a demonstration that the entire family was willing to participate in the candidate's spiritual transformation, even when it required them to inflict excruciating pain on someone they cherished. The candidate was expected to demonstrate their warrior spirit throughout the bone-breaking process by maintaining consciousness, speaking prayers aloud, and showing no signs of fear or regret about their decision. Crying out in pain was acceptable, even expected, but any indication that they wanted to stop the process or regretted beginning, it would invalidate the entire ritual and condemn them to die as failures rather than perfected warriors. Archaeological evidence for bone-breaking rituals comes from specialized burial sites where skeletons show patterns of fractures that could only have been created through deliberate and systematic trauma. These remains display multiple breaks in specific bone configurations that align with the patterns described in the saga literature. The fractures show signs of healing that indicate the victims survived for weeks or months after the ritual, living with their deliberately broken bones until death finally claimed them. More disturbing is the evidence that some bone-breaking candidates survived the ritual for years, living as crippled but highly honored members of their communities. Their broken bones would heal improperly, leaving them with severe deformities and chronic pain, but their status as warriors who had voluntarily undergone bone breaking made them revered spiritual authorities whose advice was sought on matters of war, death, and divine favor. The medical knowledge required to conduct bone breaking without killing the candidate was sophisticated and suggests that Viking communities maintained specialists who understood human anatomy well enough to fracture bones in ways that would heal improperly but not cause fatal complications. These specialists needed to know which bones could be broken safely, how much trauma the human body could absorb before going into fatal shock, and how to manage the massive internal injuries that systematic bone breaking would inevitably cause. The pain management techniques used during bone-breaking ceremonies combined pharmaceutical and psychological methods that reveal advanced understanding of how human consciousness responds to extreme trauma. The candidates would be given large quantities of alcohol and various plant-based drugs that would dull the pain without completely eliminating their awareness. But more importantly, they would be trained in mental techniques that allowed them to transcend normal pain responses and maintain conscious control even while their bodies were being systematically destroyed. The spiritual framework that justified bone breaking was based on the fundamental Viking belief that the gods valued courage and dedication above physical comfort or even survival. A warrior who was willing to break his own bones to demonstrate his commitment to violence was showing the kind of absolute devotion that would make him valuable in Valhalla. The physical suffering was understood as a form of prayer, a way of communicating with Odin that transcended words or conventional offerings. But the bone-breaking ritual also served important social functions within Viking warrior culture. It provided a way for older warriors to maintain their spiritual status even after they were no longer capable of active combat. It created a category of honored elders whose wisdom about warfare and spiritual matters was enhanced by their demonstration of ultimate commitment to the warrior's path, and it reinforced cultural values that prioritized dedication to violence over personal comfort or safety. The selection of which bones to break followed complex protocols that balanced practical considerations with spiritual requirements. The arms and hands needed to be broken in ways that would prove the warrior's dedication, while still allowing them to hold weapons if they recovered enough to participate in their final battle. The legs and feet required fractures that would demonstrate spiritual commitment without completely eliminating mobility. The ribs and spine were considered too dangerous to break deliberately, but warriors who had sustained such injuries in battle were considered especially blessed. The timing of bone breaking within the candidate's life cycle was crucial and required careful consideration of their age, health, and remaining life expectancy. The ideal candidate was someone who was likely to die within a year or two of the ritual, ensuring that they would arrive in Valhalla while their broken bones were still fresh evidence of their dedication. Warriors who were too young might survive with their deformities for decades, while those who were too old might die from the trauma before their sacrifice could be properly appreciated by the gods. The community's response to bone-breaking ceremonies was complex and reflected deep tensions between admiration for the candidate's courage and horror at the systematic destruction they witnessed. Family members would often suffer severe psychological trauma from participating in the ritual, even though they understood it as necessary for their loved one's spiritual welfare. The cognitive dissonance created by deliberately harming someone they cared about in service of their spiritual needs created lasting emotional scars that affected entire families for generations. The aftermath of successful bone breaking required extensive community support to keep the candidate alive long enough for their sacrifice to achieve its intended spiritual effect. They would need constant medical attention, assistance with basic activities that their broken bones made impossible, and spiritual guidance to help them endure the chronic pain that would characterize their remaining life. The community's willingness to provide this support was understood as part of their obligation to honor the candidate's sacrifice. The failed bone-breaking ceremonies, cases where the candidate died from the trauma before completing the ritual or showed signs of spiritual weakness during the process, created profound spiritual crises for the communities involved. These failures were interpreted as evidence that the gods had rejected the offering, possibly indicating broader problems with the community's spiritual health or the candidate's worthiness. The bodies of failed bone breakers would be disposed of without honor, and their families would often face social stigma associated with the failure. The decline of bone-breaking rituals coincided with changes in Viking religious practices and military organization that made such extreme demonstrations of individual warrior devotion less relevant to community needs. As Viking society became more centralized and warfare became more strategic, the emphasis shifted from individual warrior prowess to collective military effectiveness. The resources required to support deliberately crippled warriors became harder to justify when those same resources could be used to maintain larger numbers of active fighters. What emerges from studying bone-breaking rituals is a picture of how far human beings will go in pursuit of spiritual perfection when they become convinced that the gods value suffering above comfort, dedication above health, and violence above peace. The warriors who chose to undergo systematic skeletal destruction weren't masochists or mentally ill individuals. They were devout believers who had internalized cultural values that made deliberate self-mutilation seem like the logical expression of ultimate spiritual commitment. The family members who participated in bone-breaking ceremonies weren't cruel or uncaring. They were loving relatives who had been convinced that helping their warrior undergo deliberate torture was the most meaningful gift they could provide. They had been raised in a culture that taught them to prioritize spiritual outcomes over physical welfare, eternal honor over temporary comfort. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of bone-breaking rituals was how they created a form of religious expression that required communities to celebrate and support the systematic destruction of their most valued members. The warriors who underwent bone breaking were typically the most successful and honored individuals in their societies, people whose wisdom and experience made them valuable community resources. Yet their cultures had developed spiritual frameworks that made it not just acceptable, but admirable for these individuals to deliberately cripple themselves in pursuit of divine favor. As we continue exploring these dark territories of human spiritual practice, remember that the warriors who chose bone breaking weren't victims of religious delusion or cultural oppression. They were individuals who had achieved everything their societies defined as success, wealth, fame, honor, respect, but who still felt that something more was required to perfect their relationship with the divine. Their willingness to sacrifice their physical integrity for spiritual completeness reveals depths of religious commitment that most of us can barely comprehend, and their example raises uncomfortable questions about what we might be willing to sacrifice if we truly believed that the gods demanded evidence of our ultimate devotion. There exists in the darkest corners of Viking history a practice so fundamentally taboo, so violating of the basic bonds that held Norse society together, that even the most brutal warriors would speak of it only in whispers, and only when the alternative was the complete extinction of their people. When the long winters stretched beyond endurance, when the stored grain had long since disappeared, and the last of the livestock had been consumed, when children had begun dying in their mothers' arms, and the old had started wandering into the snow to spare their families the burden of feeding them, Viking communities would sometimes cross the final boundary that separated civilization from absolute desperation. They would begin eating their own dead. You need to understand that cannibalism in Viking society wasn't a casual taboo or a simple cultural preference. It was a violation of cosmic order so profound that it threatened to sever the community's relationship with the gods entirely, to transform the perpetrators into something no longer quite human, no longer worthy of the afterlife that defined Norse spiritual aspirations. The decision to consume human flesh wasn't made lightly or quickly. It was the ultimate expression of desperation, reserved for situations where the only alternatives were universal starvation or the complete abandonment of children, elders, and other vulnerable community members. But here's what makes Viking cannibalism so psychologically complex. When it did occur, it wasn't random or chaotic. It was conducted according to careful protocols designed to minimize the spiritual contamination while maximizing the survival benefit for the community. These weren't savage feeding frenzies or expressions of bloodlust. They were carefully orchestrated ceremonies that transformed the consumption of human flesh into a form of desperate religious ritual, a way of honoring the dead while using their bodies to preserve the living. The decision-making process that led to cannibalism involved the entire community and required consensus among all adult members before any human flesh could be consumed. This wasn't something that could be initiated by individuals or small groups. It required collective acknowledgement that the situation had become so desperate that normal moral constraints had to be suspended in service of community survival. The deliberations that preceded cannibalistic practices could take days or weeks, with every alternative being explored and exhausted before the terrible decision was finally reached. The selection of which bodies would be consumed followed strict hierarchical protocols that reflected Viking social values even in the most extreme circumstances. The recently dead would be consumed before older corpses, adults before children, slaves before free individuals, and strangers before family members. But most importantly, no one would be killed specifically for consumption. The cannibalistic practices were limited to individuals who had already died from starvation, disease, or other causes related to the crisis that had driven the community to such extremes. The preparation of human flesh for consumption was conducted with ritual precision, designed to transform the act of cannibalism into something approaching religious ceremony. The bodies would be butchered according to specific protocols that maximize the nutritional value while minimizing the psychological impact on the participants. Certain portions, the heart, the liver, the brain, were reserved for community elders and religious authorities, while other parts were distributed according to established hierarchies that ensured everyone received some sustenance while maintaining social order, even under the most desperate circumstances. Archaeological evidence for Viking cannibalism comes primarily from sites in Iceland and Greenland, where settlements were abandoned during particularly harsh winters or extended periods of climate crisis. Excavations of these sites have revealed human remains that show clear signs of systematic butchering, with cut marks on bones that indicate the bodies were processed for food rather than prepared for burial. The positioning of these remains, the artifacts found with them, and the context of their discovery all support the conclusion that these communities resorted to cannibalism during their final months of survival. The most compelling evidence comes from a settlement in eastern Greenland, where archaeologists discovered the remains of an entire community that appears to have survived for months on the flesh of their own dead. The skeletal evidence shows a clear progression from the consumption of stored animal meat to the processing of domestic animals to the systematic butchering of human corpses. The final layers of the site contain nothing but human bones that have been cracked open for marrow extraction, suggesting that the community survived until every possible source of nutrition had been exhausted. But perhaps more disturbing than the physical evidence is what the written sources tell us about the psychological experience of Viking communities that resorted to cannibalism. The sagas contain several accounts of settlements where the survivors of cannibalistic episodes were found weeks or months later in states of severe psychological trauma that went far beyond what would be expected from simple starvation. These individuals had been fundamentally changed by their experiences, described as having lost their ability to relate normally to other human beings or to participate in the religious and social activities that defined Viking community life. The spiritual contamination associated with cannibalism was understood to be permanent and irreversible. Vikings who had consumed human flesh were believed to have crossed a boundary that separated them forever from normal spiritual status. They couldn't participate in religious ceremonies, couldn't enter sacred spaces, and couldn't expect to be admitted to Valhalla or any other honored afterlife. They had saved their physical lives at the cost of their spiritual existence, condemned to wander as outcasts until death finally released them from their contaminated condition. The social isolation experienced by cannibalism survivors was deliberate and systematic. Communities that discovered individuals who had consumed human flesh would often exile them permanently, refusing to allow them to remain even as the lowest status members of society. These exiles would be forced to survive on their own, creating small settlements of fellow outcasts who had shared similar experiences. The existence of these exile communities is documented in several saga sources and supported by archaeological evidence of small, isolated settlements that appear to have been inhabited by individuals who had been rejected by mainstream Viking society. But the most psychologically disturbing aspect of Viking cannibalism was how it could create cycles of spiritual contamination that spread through multiple generations. Children who had been fed human flesh during survival crises were considered permanently polluted, even if they had been too young to understand what was happening. They would grow up knowing that they carried spiritual contamination that made them unfit for normal participation in Viking society. Some of these children would go on to establish their own communities of outcasts, while others would spend their entire lives trying to find ways to purify themselves of contamination they had acquired in infancy. The religious frameworks that governed cannibalistic practices were complex and reflected deep Viking understanding of the spiritual implications of consuming human flesh. Certain rituals had to be performed before any human meat could be consumed, prayers that acknowledged the extreme nature of what was about to occur and requested forgiveness from the gods for the violation of cosmic order. The consumption itself had to be conducted according to specific protocols that emphasized the desperate necessity rather than any desire for the forbidden food. The communities that practiced cannibalism during survival crises developed specialized vocabulary and conceptual frameworks that allowed them to discuss and organize these practices without completely abandoning their sense of human identity. They would refer to human flesh using terms normally applied to animal meat, perform butchering according to procedures developed for livestock, and distribute the food according to systems that maintained social hierarchies even under the most degraded circumstances. The psychological preparation required for cannibalistic survival involved systematic desensitization techniques that allowed community members to overcome their natural revulsion at consuming human flesh. Participants would begin by consuming small amounts mixed with animal meat or other foods, gradually increasing the proportion of human flesh as their tolerance developed. The process was designed to make cannibalism psychologically tolerable without completely eliminating the horror that would serve as motivation to return to normal dietary practices as soon as circumstances allowed. The social dynamics that developed within cannibal communities were unlike anything found in normal Viking society. Traditional hierarchies would often collapse as the shared experience of spiritual contamination created new forms of equality based on mutual degradation. Leaders would emerge based on their ability to organize survival activities rather than their genealogy or previous achievements. Family relationships would be restructured around the shared knowledge that all participants had violated the most fundamental taboos of their culture. The decision of when to stop cannibalistic practices was as complex as the decision to begin them and required careful consideration of both practical and spiritual factors. Communities couldn't simply return to normal behavior once alternative food sources became available. They had to undergo extensive purification rituals designed to minimize the spiritual contamination they had acquired. These purification processes could take months and required the participation of religious authorities who were themselves risking spiritual pollution by associating with cannibalism survivors. The long-term survival rates of Viking communities that practiced cannibalism were surprisingly low, even when the immediate crisis that had driven them to such extremes was successfully resolved. The psychological trauma, social disruption, and spiritual contamination associated with consuming human flesh created additional stresses that often proved fatal to communities that had already been weakened by the original survival crisis. Many settlements that survived through cannibalism would be abandoned within a few years, as the survivors found themselves unable to rebuild normal community life. The children born to cannibalism survivors faced particularly difficult circumstances. They would inherit not just the genetic and social disadvantages associated with their parents' outcast status, but also the psychological burden of knowing that their very existence was connected to acts of desperate horror. These children often displayed behavioral patterns that distinguished them from those raised in normal Viking communities. Higher rates of aggression, difficulty forming stable relationships, and problems participating in the religious activities that defined Norse cultural identity. The geographical distribution of cannibalism sites suggests that the practice was more common in the marginal settlements of Iceland and Greenland than in the more established communities of Scandinavia proper. This pattern reflects both the harsher survival conditions in these frontier regions and the reduced social support available to communities facing extreme crises. Settlements that were isolated from broader Viking trading networks had fewer alternatives when conventional food sources failed, making cannibalism a more likely survival strategy. The decline of cannibalistic practices coincided with improvements in agricultural techniques, food storage methods, and trade relationships that made extreme survival situations less common. But the cultural memory of communities that had resorted to eating their own dead continued to influence Viking attitudes toward survival, social obligation, and the limits of acceptable behavior even long after the practice itself had disappeared. What emerges from studying Viking cannibalism is a picture of how even the most extreme human taboos can be systematically violated when communities become convinced that survival depends on crossing moral boundaries that would normally be considered absolute. The Vikings who practiced cannibalism weren't savages or moral monsters. They were desperate people trying to preserve their communities under conditions that made normal ethical frameworks impossible to maintain. The individuals who participated in cannibalistic survival weren't seeking to violate social norms or express contempt for human dignity. They were making agonizing decisions about how to preserve some remnant of their communities when all conventional survival strategies had failed. Their willingness to accept spiritual contamination and social exile in exchange for the possibility of keeping their children alive reveals depths of parental devotion and community loyalty that most of us can barely comprehend. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Viking cannibalism was how it revealed the fundamental fragility of the moral frameworks that we assume provide absolute guidance for human behavior. When pushed to extremes, even the most fundamental taboos could be systematically rationalized and violated by people who remained recognizably human in their motivations and concerns. The communities that ate their own dead weren't transformed into monsters. They remained people trying to preserve what they valued most, even when doing so required them to sacrifice everything else that had previously defined their identity and worth. As we continue exploring these dark territories of human behavior under extreme pressure, remember that the Viking communities that resorted to cannibalism weren't fundamentally different from any other human society facing existential crisis. Their willingness to cross the ultimate moral boundary wasn't evidence of inherent savagery or cultural deficiency. It was testimony to the lengths that ordinary people will go to preserve the lives of those they love when all other options have been exhausted. The question that should haunt you isn't how they could have eaten human flesh, but what moral boundaries you might be willing to cross if you truly believed that the survival of your family depended on your willingness to sacrifice your principles for their preservation. But if the desperate cannibalism of dying communities seems like the ultimate expression of survival horror, you haven't yet encountered the voleurs who practiced prophecy not through divine inspiration, but through the systematic cultivation of their own suffering as a medium for supernatural communication. In the deepest nights of winter, when the aurora danced across the sky like spirits fleeing from some cosmic catastrophe, the most powerful voleurs would begin their descent into forms of prophetic trance so agonizing that witnesses would often flee rather than watch what human consciousness could be made to endure in pursuit of divine revelation. These weren't the gentle seers of romanticized mythology, wise women offering comfort and guidance to troubled communities. These were practitioners of a form of shamanic magic that required them to systematically destroy their own physical and psychological well-being, to transform their bodies into vessels of suffering so pure and intense that the gods would find them irresistible conduits for prophetic communication. You need to understand that the voleurs who practiced the most advanced forms of prophetic magic weren't seeking wisdom for its own sake or trying to help their communities through difficult decisions. They were individuals who had discovered that certain forms of self-inflicted torment could create altered states of consciousness that provided access to information unavailable through normal human perception. They had learned that the gods spoke most clearly through mediums whose suffering had reached levels that transcended ordinary human experience, and they were willing to pay any price in pain and degradation to maintain their ability to serve as channels for divine communication. The preparation for advanced prophetic work began months before the actual divination ceremony and involved the systematic cultivation of physical and psychological conditions that would make the vulva's consciousness maximally receptive to supernatural influence. She would begin by fasting to the point of severe malnutrition, reducing her body weight until her ribs showed clearly. Through her skin and her eyes took on the sunken appearance that marked her as someone who had moved beyond normal human concerns about physical comfort. But the fasting was just the beginning. The vulva would also begin inflicting deliberate injuries on herself, creating wounds that would heal poorly and provide sources of constant pain that would keep her consciousness focused on the boundary between life and death. She would burn her skin with heated metal, cut herself with knives in patterns that had spiritual significance, and expose herself to extreme cold until frostbite began destroying her extremities. Each source of pain was carefully calculated to provide maximum spiritual benefit while avoiding injuries that would prevent her from performing her prophetic functions. The psychological preparation was even more destructive than the physical conditioning. The vulva would systematically sever her emotional connections to normal human society, forcing herself to view friends and family members as temporary distractions from her primary relationship with the spirit world. She would practice meditation techniques designed to fragment her sense of personal identity, allowing her consciousness to become an empty vessel that supernatural entities could occupy and use for their own purposes. The tools used for advanced prophetic work were as much instruments of torture as they were religious implements. The vulva's staff wasn't just a symbol of authority, it was a device for inflicting controlled pain on herself during trance work. The iron head would be heated until it glowed, then applied to various parts of her body while she maintained the mental focus necessary for prophetic vision. The burns from these sessions would never be allowed to heal completely, creating permanent sources of pain that would keep her consciousness positioned at the threshold between life and death. The actual prophetic ceremonies were conducted in locations that had been specifically chosen for their ability to enhance the vulva's suffering while providing the spiritual conditions necessary for divine communication. Remote caves, exposed mountain peaks, sacred groves where the wind would cut through inadequate clothing. These weren't just atmospheric touches. They were essential components of a spiritual technology that used environmental hardship as a catalyst for supernatural revelation. The divination process itself was an ordeal that could last for days and required the vulva to maintain prophetic trance while enduring increasing levels of physical and psychological torment. She would begin by consuming psychoactive substances that would lower her resistance to pain while heightening her spiritual sensitivity. Then she would subject herself to various forms of controlled torture, burning, cutting, freezing, sleep deprivation, while maintaining the mental discipline necessary to receive and interpret prophetic visions. But here's what made this practice so psychologically disturbing. The vulva wasn't just enduring suffering for its own sake. She was using her pain as a form of currency that she could exchange for supernatural knowledge. The more intensely she suffered, the more valuable information the gods would provide. The more completely she destroyed her physical well-being, the clearer and more detailed her prophetic visions would become. She had discovered that the gods valued human suffering above all other forms of offering, and she was willing to pay any price in agony to maintain their favor and continue receiving their revelations. Archaeological evidence for these extreme prophetic practices comes from specialized burial sites where volur were interred with the tools of their trade and the physical evidence of their self-inflicted suffering. Several graves in Sweden and Norway contain female skeletons that show patterns of deliberate injury that could only have been created through systematic self-torture. The bones reveal evidence of repeated burning, cutting, and deliberate breaking that occurred over periods of years or decades. More disturbing are the artifacts found in these graves, specialized instruments that appear to have been designed specifically for self-infliction of pain. Heated metal implements with handles that would allow the user to burn herself while maintaining control over the process. Knives with guards that would limit the depth of cuts while ensuring consistent wound patterns. Restraining devices that would hold limbs in position for precise injury placement. These weren't tools of random self-harm. They were sophisticated instruments created for the systematic cultivation of suffering as a spiritual practice. The volur, who practiced extreme prophetic magic, developed a form of consciousness that was fundamentally different from normal human awareness. Their constant exposure to intense pain had rewired their nervous systems in ways that allowed them to remain functional while enduring levels of suffering that would incapacitate ordinary people. They had learned to use pain as a medium of consciousness, rather than simply an experience to be avoided, transforming their suffering into a language that allowed communication with supernatural entities. But this transformation came at a price that extended far beyond mere physical damage. The voleurs, who specialized in pain-based prophecy, became increasingly isolated from normal human society as their consciousness became more aligned with the spirit world than with earthly concerns. They would lose the ability to form normal emotional attachments, to participate in everyday social activities, or to relate to people who hadn't shared their experiences of transcendent suffering. The prophecies delivered through extreme suffering were qualitatively different from those obtained through gentler methods of divination. Pain-based revelations were typically more detailed, more accurate, and more spiritually significant than visions achieved through conventional trance techniques. But they also tended to focus on themes of death, destruction, and cosmic catastrophe that reflected the vulva's own relationship with suffering and transcendence. Communities that sought these prophecies usually did so only when facing existential crises that required the most powerful forms of divine guidance available. The social dynamics surrounding extreme prophetic practices were complex and reflected deep ambivalence about the voleurs who practiced them. These women were simultaneously revered for their spiritual power and feared for their otherworldly nature. They possessed knowledge that kings and jarls desperately needed, but they had acquired that knowledge through methods that made them fundamentally alien to normal human society. The training required to develop extreme prophetic abilities was typically passed down through lineages of voleurs who specialized in these practices. Young girls who showed signs of unusual pain tolerance or spiritual sensitivity would be identified and gradually introduced to increasingly severe forms of self-torture. The training process could take decades and required the candidate to demonstrate not just physical courage, but also the psychological strength to maintain prophetic awareness while enduring extreme suffering. The most advanced practitioners developed the ability to use their pain as a form of spiritual navigation system that would guide them through various realms of supernatural reality. Different types of suffering would provide access to different categories of prophetic information. Burning pain would reveal information about warfare and destruction. Cutting pain would provide insights into social conflicts and betrayals. Freezing pain would offer visions of famine and natural disasters. The voleurs who mastered these techniques became living libraries of supernatural knowledge, but at the cost of their humanity. They had transformed themselves into creatures that existed primarily in the spirit world, maintaining only enough connection to physical reality to communicate their revelations to the communities that sought their guidance. They lived in constant agony, but they had learned to experience that agony as a form of spiritual ecstasy that provided meaning and purpose to their existence. The decline of extreme prophetic practices began with Christianization, but the transition was complicated by the fact that some elements of these techniques could be adapted to Christian mystical traditions. Some voleurs became Christian visionaries, using modified forms of their pain-based practices to achieve religious experiences that they interpreted within Christian theological frameworks. But the systematic self-torture that had been central to their pagan practices was gradually abandoned as incompatible with Christian concepts of human dignity and divine love. The psychological legacy of extreme prophetic practices extended beyond the individual voleurs who practiced them to affect entire communities that had witnessed their demonstrations of supernatural power achieved through suffering. These communities developed cultural frameworks that associated spiritual authority with the willingness to endure extreme pain, creating expectations that other religious specialists would demonstrate their devotion through increasingly severe forms of self-mortification. What emerges from studying extreme prophetic practices is a picture of how human consciousness can be systematically modified through the controlled application of suffering until normal categories of experience no longer apply. The voleurs who practiced these techniques weren't simply enduring pain. They were using pain as a technology for consciousness transformation, a method for accessing forms of awareness that were unavailable through conventional means. The communities that sought prophecies from these practitioners weren't simply seeking information, they were participating in a form of spiritual communication that required the systematic destruction of human beings who were willing to sacrifice their physical and psychological well-being for the sake of supernatural revelation. The voleurs' suffering wasn't an unfortunate side effect of their spiritual practices, it was the essential component that made their prophecies possible and valuable. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of extreme prophetic practices was how they revealed the extent to which human beings can convince themselves that causing or experiencing suffering serves higher spiritual purposes. The voleurs who burned and cut and froze themselves weren't victims of religious delusion. They were intelligent individuals who had developed sophisticated theoretical frameworks that made their suffering seem not just meaningful, but necessary for the spiritual welfare of their communities. As we prepare to explore even darker territories of Viking spiritual practice, remember that the voleurs who practiced prophecy through suffering weren't seeking to harm themselves or others. They were responding to genuine spiritual needs within their communities, providing services that couldn't be obtained through any other means available to them. Their willingness to transform their bodies into instruments of torture was their way of serving collective needs that they genuinely believed required such extreme sacrifices. When the greatest Viking lords died, their passage to the afterlife required more than the burning of their earthly remains. It demanded the creation of spectacles so magnificent and terrible that they would echo through the ages as demonstrations of what mortal devotion could achieve when pushed to its absolute limits. But what you're about to discover about the most elaborate ship burials goes far beyond even the horrific funeral sacrifices we've already explored. You're about to learn about ceremonies where entire ship crews, not just household servants but skilled sailors, trusted warriors, and beloved companions, would voluntarily sail living vessels into funeral pyres, choosing to burn alive rather than allow their lords to journey to Valhalla, unaccompanied by the men who had shared their earthly adventures. These weren't desperate acts of grief or madness following the sudden death of beloved leaders. They were carefully planned ceremonies that could take months to organize, involving complex negotiations between the deceased's family, religious authorities, and the crew members who would volunteer to accompany their lord on his final voyage. Every aspect of these rituals was precisely choreographed to ensure that the Lord would arrive in Valhalla not as a solitary refugee from mortal existence, but as the captain of a fully manned vessel ready to take his place among the divine warriors who would fight at Ragnarok. You need to understand that volunteering for a living ship burial wasn't considered a tragic sacrifice or a waste of valuable lives. In Viking culture, it represented the highest possible honor that could be achieved by anyone who had served in a lord's household or crew. These men weren't dying for abstract principles or distant goals. They were choosing to extend their earthly service relationships into eternity, ensuring that their Lord would have the companions and crew he needed to maintain his status and effectiveness in the afterlife. The selection process for living ship burial crews began immediately after the Lord's death and involved complex negotiations between competing claims of devotion, practical considerations about which skills would be most valuable in Valhalla, and spiritual requirements that certain types of individuals be represented among the sacrificial crew. The Lord's personal retainers had automatic claims to participation, but the remaining positions would be filled through a competitive process that could become intensely emotional as warriors competed for the honor of dying alongside their beloved leader. But here's what makes this practice so psychologically disturbing. The men who volunteered for living ship burial weren't seeking death for its own sake. They were choosing to die because they had been convinced that their lives would be meaningless without their Lord's leadership and protection. They had internalized concepts of personal identity and worth that made independent existence seem not just undesirable, but impossible. Death alongside their leader wasn't an escape from life. It was the only way they could imagine continuing to exist in any meaningful sense. The preparation for living ship burial could take months and involved the construction of specialized vessels that were designed to burn spectacularly while providing the crew with a properly equipped platform for their journey to Valhalla. These weren't ordinary longships modified for funeral use. They were custom-built vessels that incorporated features specifically intended to enhance the spiritual significance of the ceremony, while ensuring that the fire would consume everything completely. The ships used for living burial were typically larger and more elaborately decorated than anything used for normal maritime purposes. They would be constructed with additional compartments for storing the grave goods that would accompany the Lord to Valhalla, special platforms for positioning the sacrificial crew, and structural modifications that would ensure the vessel would burn in ways that created the maximum visual impact for witnesses watching from shore. Archaeological evidence for living ship burials comes from several sites in Norway and Denmark, where excavations have revealed the remains of large funeral vessels that contained multiple human skeletons in positions that suggest they were alive when the ships were set on fire. The arrangement of the remains, the presence of weapons and personal possessions with each skeleton, and the evidence of fire damage all support the conclusion that these individuals died as willing participants in elaborate funeral ceremonies. The most compelling evidence comes from the Ladby ship burial in Denmark, where archaeologists discovered a large funeral vessel containing the remains of what appears to have been an entire ship's crew arranged around their lord's body. The skeletons show no signs of having been killed before the fire was set, and many are positioned in ways that suggest they were actively participating in sailing the vessel when the flames consumed them. Personal possessions found with each crew member indicate that they had prepared carefully for their deaths, bringing their most prized weapons and ornaments to accompany them to Valhalla. But perhaps more disturbing than the physical evidence is what the saga literature tells us about the psychological experience of crews preparing for living ship burial. These men spent their final weeks or months in a state of heightened spiritual awareness, treated as honored guests by their communities while they made their final preparations for death. They would settle their earthly affairs, say goodbye to family members, and participate in ceremonies designed to prepare them psychologically for their approaching transformation from living servants into eternal companions of their Lord. The actual ceremony began with an elaborate launching ritual that treated the funeral ship like a vessel setting out on an important voyage rather than a floating funeral pyre. The crew would take their normal positions at the oars and sails. The Lord's body would be placed in a position of command, and the ship would be launched with all the ceremony that would accompany any significant maritime expedition. The only difference was that everyone involved understood that this voyage would end in death rather than in arrival at some earthly destination. Once the funeral ship was clear of the harbor, it would be set on fire using methods that had been carefully planned to ensure that the flames would spread quickly enough to prevent anyone from changing their minds and abandoning ship, but slowly enough to allow the crew to perform their final duties as sailors. The men would continue rowing and managing the sails even as the fire began consuming the vessel around them, determined to maintain their roles as crew members until the very moment that death claimed them. The witnesses to living ship burials described them as the most magnificent and terrible spectacles they had ever witnessed. The sight of a fully manned vessel sailing serenely through the waves while being consumed by flames created an impression of supernatural grandeur that would be remembered and discussed for generations. The psychological impact on spectators was so profound that many would claim to have seen the burning ship continue sailing beyond the horizon, carrying its crew to Valhalla while still maintaining proper maritime formation. But the most psychologically complex aspect of living ship burial was the role of family members who had to watch their loved ones choose death over continued earthly existence. Wives, children, parents, and siblings would gather to witness the ceremony, understanding that they were saying goodbye forever to men who had decided that loyalty to their Lord was more important than continued relationships with their families. The grief and pride that these witnesses experienced created emotional conflicts that many never fully resolved. The crew members who participated in living ship burial weren't just dying for their Lord. They were making statements about the nature of human relationships and the proper ordering of personal priorities. They were demonstrating that certain forms of loyalty and devotion were more important than life itself, that some relationships transcended the boundaries between mortal existence and divine reality, that true honor required the willingness to sacrifice everything for the people and principles that gave life meaning. The selection of which crew members would participate in living burial often involved agonizing decisions about family responsibilities, personal obligations, and the relative claims of different types of loyalty. A warrior might desperately want to accompany his Lord to Valhalla, but feel obligated to remain alive to care for young children or aging parents. These conflicts created intense emotional pressure that could tear apart families and communities as people struggled to balance competing moral claims. The spiritual preparation for living ship burial involved extensive consultation with religious authorities who could provide guidance about the theological implications of voluntary death and the proper procedures for ensuring that the crew's sacrifice would be accepted by the gods. The voleur who specialized in death-related prophecy would be consulted to verify that the proposed sacrifices were spiritually appropriate and that the gods would welcome the arriving crew in Valhalla. The economic implications of living ship burial were enormous and created pressures that influenced how these ceremonies were actually conducted in practice. The loss of an entire experienced crew represented a massive destruction of human capital that could severely impact the economic viability of the communities they left behind. This reality meant that living ship burial was typically limited to situations where the symbolic and spiritual benefits were considered valuable enough to justify such massive resource destruction. The social dynamics within crews preparing for living ship burial created unique psychological pressures that had no equivalent in normal Viking society. These men were simultaneously preparing for death while maintaining their normal shipboard relationships and responsibilities. They had to perform their daily duties while knowing that those duties would soon end forever, maintain their personal relationships while accepting that those relationships would soon be severed by death. The psychological impact on communities that witnessed living ship burials extended far beyond the immediate emotional response to the spectacular ceremony. These communities had participated in events that demonstrated the ultimate reach of human devotion and sacrifice, showing what people were capable of when they became convinced that certain relationships and loyalties transcended the normal boundaries of life and death. The decline of living ship burial practices coincided with changes in Viking social organization and religious beliefs that made such extreme demonstrations of personal devotion less relevant to community needs and individual spiritual development. As Viking society became more centralized and Christianized, the emphasis shifted from personal loyalty relationships to more abstract concepts of duty and service that didn't require literal death to demonstrate their authenticity. But the cultural memory of crews who had voluntarily sailed into death continued to influence Viking concepts of loyalty, honor, and proper relationships between leaders and followers long after the practice itself had ended. The stories of these sacrificial voyages became part of the mythological framework that defined Norse concepts of what made life meaningful and death honorable. What emerges from studying living ship burial is a picture of how completely human beings can internalize relationship structures that make independent existence seem impossible or worthless. The crew members who chose to burn alive rather than continue living without their lord weren't victims of coercion or deception. They were individuals who had developed concepts of personal identity that were so thoroughly dependent on their service relationships that death seemed preferable to autonomy. The communities that organized and witnessed these ceremonies weren't callously wasting human lives for theatrical effect. They were participating in religious events that demonstrated the ultimate reach of human devotion, while providing spiritual services that they believed were necessary for ensuring their Lord's successful transition to the afterlife. The living ship burial wasn't just a funeral. It was a demonstration of what mortal loyalty could achieve when pushed to its absolute limits. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of living ship burial was how it revealed the extent to which people can convince themselves that choosing death is actually choosing a more meaningful form of life. The crew members who sailed into the funeral pyre weren't abandoning life. They were choosing what they considered a better form of existence, one that would allow them to continue serving their Lord in more glorious and eternal circumstances. As we near the end of this exploration of Viking spiritual extremes, remember that the men who rowed burning ships into eternity weren't heroes or madmen. They were human beings who had found meaning and identity through service to others and who were willing to sacrifice everything to maintain that service, even beyond death. Their willingness to die for their Lord wasn't evidence of servitude or psychological damage. It was an expression of devotion so complete that it transformed death from an ending into a continuation, from a loss into a victory. In the darkest forests of Scandinavia, where the winter nights stretched endlessly and the boundary between human civilization and primal wilderness became indistinguishable, certain Viking warriors would undergo transformations so complete and so terrifying that they ceased to be recognizable as human beings in any conventional sense. These weren't the berserkers we explored earlier, those warriors who fragmented their consciousness while retaining their essential humanity. These were the Ulfhednar, the wolf warriors, who had chosen to abandon human identity entirely, to become literal predators whose relationship to violence transcended anything that civilized society could comprehend or control. The process of becoming a wolf warrior wasn't a military training program or a form of psychological conditioning. It was a spiritual metamorphosis that required the candidate to systematically destroy every aspect of their human nature, their social connections, their moral constraints, their emotional responses, even their basic relationship to their own physical form. The men who emerged from this transformation were no longer Vikings who fought like wolves. They had become wolves who retained just enough human intelligence to make them exponentially more dangerous than any natural predator. You need to understand that the wolf warriors weren't created to serve in conventional military units or to support normal Viking military objectives. They existed in a category entirely separate from regular warriors, operating as solitary predators or small packs whose relationship to violence was so absolute that they were as likely to attack their own people as any enemy. They had transcended human concepts of loyalty, honor, and tactical necessity, becoming creatures whose only remaining drive was the pursuit and destruction of prey. The selection process for wolf warrior transformation was unlike anything else in Viking society. Candidates weren't chosen for their military prowess, their social status, or their demonstrated loyalty to particular leaders. They were identified by Völur and other religious specialists who could recognize the specific psychological characteristics that would allow successful transformation from human to predator. The ideal candidate was someone whose connection to human society was already tenuous, individuals who had experienced severe trauma, who showed signs of dissociation from normal emotional responses, who seemed to exist on the margins of human experience, even before their transformation began. But here's what made wolf warrior transformation so psychologically horrifying. It wasn't imposed on unwilling victims or desperate individuals seeking escape from unbearable circumstances. The candidates volunteered eagerly for the process, driven by spiritual hungers that normal human existence couldn't satisfy. They had glimpsed forms of consciousness and experience that were unavailable to ordinary humans, and they were willing to sacrifice their humanity entirely to gain permanent access to these transcendent states of being. The transformation process began with complete severance from human society. The candidate would be taken to remote wilderness locations where they would live alone for months or years while undergoing the systematic destruction of their human identity. They would be forbidden to speak, to use tools, to wear clothing, or to engage in any behavior that distinguished humans from animals. They would be required to hunt and kill their own food using only their bare hands and teeth, to sleep exposed to the elements, and to defend themselves against natural predators without weapons or assistance. But the physical deprivation was secondary to the psychological reconstruction that was the true purpose of wolf warrior training. The candidate would be systematically conditioned to abandon human moral categories and social instincts, learning to view other human beings not as potential allies or community members, but as prey animals whose only significance lay in their potential as sources of food and sport. They would practice killing domestic animals with increasing brutality, progressing from quick kills to elaborate torture sessions that would accustom them to taking pleasure in the suffering of their victims. The spiritual component of wolf transformation involved ritualistic consumption of wolf flesh and blood, combined with ceremonies designed to invite possession by wolf spirits who would gradually replace the candidate's human consciousness. These weren't metaphorical or symbolic practices. They were literal attempts to transfer the essential nature of predatory animals into human bodies that had been prepared through extreme deprivation to serve as suitable vessels. Archaeological evidence for wolf warrior practices comes from specialized burial sites where human remains have been found in association with wolf bones and artifacts that suggest the deceased had undergone some form of human-to-animal transformation. These burials are typically isolated from normal Viking cemeteries and contain grave goods that emphasize hunting and predation rather than the military or social achievements that characterized normal warrior burials. More disturbing are the sites where archaeologists have discovered evidence of what appears to be wolf warrior kills, human remains that show signs of having been attacked and partially consumed by individuals who used both human intelligence and animal savagery in their killing methods. These victims show bite marks that are too large and too precisely placed to have been made by natural wolves, but too savage and indiscriminate to have resulted from normal human combat. The most compelling evidence comes from remote sites in northern Norway, where researchers have uncovered the remains of what appear to have been wolf warrior lairs, cave systems that were modified by human intelligence, but used in ways that suggest their occupants had abandoned most aspects of human behavior. These sites contain evidence of long-term habitation by individuals who had reverted to predatory lifestyles while retaining enough human cognitive ability to create sophisticated hunting and killing strategies. The transformation from human to wolf warrior wasn't gradual or reversible. There was a specific point in the process where the candidate's consciousness would undergo fundamental reorganization, abandoning human identity structures and adopting predatory awareness patterns that made return to normal society impossible. Religious specialists who oversaw these transformations could recognize this transition by external signs, changes in posture and movement patterns, alterations in facial expressions and vocalizations, and most importantly, the emergence of hunting behaviors that indicated the candidate had successfully internalized predatory instincts. But what made wolf warriors so terrifying wasn't just their abandonment of human moral constraints. It was their retention of human intelligence and planning abilities that made them exponentially more dangerous than natural predators. They could set traps, organize ambushes, and coordinate attacks in ways that no animal could match. They combined the relentless hunger of predators with the strategic thinking of humans, creating creatures that were uniquely equipped to hunt the most dangerous prey of all, other human beings. The wolf warriors who successfully completed their transformation became living nightmares that haunted Viking folklore for centuries. They would appear without warning in isolated settlements, killing not for military or political objectives, but for the pure pleasure of hunting human prey. They would take victims alive when possible, prolonging the killing process to maximize their enjoyment of their prey's terror and suffering. The social response to wolf warriors was complex and contradictory. These creatures were simultaneously feared as monsters and revered as individuals who had achieved a form of transcendence that was unavailable to ordinary mortals. They had sacrificed their humanity to gain access to forms of consciousness and experience that fascinated even as they horrified. Communities would sometimes seek out wolf warriors for specific purposes: assassination, terror campaigns against enemies, elimination of individuals who couldn't be dealt with through normal social mechanisms. But employing wolf warriors was extraordinarily dangerous because they couldn't be controlled or directed in the way that normal mercenaries or allies could be managed. Once unleashed, they would continue killing until their bloodlust was satisfied, and their definition of appropriate targets might include the very people who had hired them. They were weapons that could be aimed but not guided, forces that could be released but never recalled. The psychological impact of encountering wolf warriors was so profound that survivors often required extensive spiritual healing to recover from the experience. These weren't ordinary combat veterans dealing with the normal trauma of warfare. They were individuals who had come face to face with creatures that challenged fundamental assumptions about the boundaries between human and animal, civilization and savagery, natural and supernatural. The territorial behavior of wolf warriors created additional complications for Viking communities trying to coexist with these transformed predators. Like natural wolves, the Ulfhednar would establish territories that they defended against all intruders, but their territories were typically much larger than those of animal packs and were defended with human intelligence and planning capabilities that made them nearly impossible to challenge successfully. The mating and reproduction behaviors of wolf warriors remained mysterious and were the subject of much speculation and folklore. Some accounts suggest that transformed warriors were capable of mating with natural wolves, producing offspring that combined human intelligence with enhanced animal instincts. Other sources describe attempts by wolf warriors to capture and transform human females, creating packs that combined male predators with female members who retained enough human characteristics to serve specialized functions within the group. The lifespan of wolf warriors was typically shorter than that of normal humans, not because of increased mortality from their dangerous lifestyle, but because the psychological and spiritual stresses of maintaining predatory consciousness in human bodies seem to accelerate aging and physical breakdown. Most transformed warriors would live for only a few years after their successful conversion, burning themselves out through the intensity of their predatory existence. The decline of wolf warrior transformation coincided with changes in Viking society that made such extreme forms of individual transcendence less acceptable or sustainable. As communities became more organized and interconnected, the presence of uncontrolled predators became increasingly problematic. The resources and social tolerance required to support wolf-warrior transformation became harder to justify when those same resources could be used to maintain larger numbers of conventional warriors. The religious frameworks that had justified wolf transformation also came under pressure from Christianization, which provided alternative concepts of transcendence that didn't require the abandonment of human identity. Christian missionaries were particularly effective at convincing potential candidates that spiritual fulfillment could be achieved through service to God rather than through predatory violence. But the cultural memory of wolf warriors continued to influence Viking concepts of violence, transcendence, and the relationship between human and animal nature long after the actual practice of transformation had ended. The stories of warriors who had become wolves served as reminders of the depths of transformation that were possible when individuals became willing to sacrifice everything human about themselves in pursuit of forms of consciousness that transcended ordinary experience. What emerges from studying wolf-warrior transformation is a picture of how completely human identity can be abandoned when individuals become convinced that predatory consciousness offers forms of satisfaction and meaning unavailable through normal human existence. The candidates who chose to become wolves weren't seeking to enhance their human capabilities. They were seeking to escape human limitations entirely, to access forms of experience that required the complete abandonment of everything that had previously defined their identity. The communities that supported and tolerated wolf-warrior transformation weren't simply accepting violence or celebrating brutality. They were acknowledging that certain individuals required forms of transcendence so extreme that normal social frameworks couldn't contain or support them. The wolf warriors represented the ultimate reach of individual spiritual development, achieved at the cost of everything that connected them to human society. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of wolf warrior transformation was how it revealed the extent to which human consciousness can be restructured when individuals become convinced that their essential nature is incompatible with civilized existence. The warriors who chose to become predators weren't rebelling against social constraints or seeking to express antisocial impulses. They were following spiritual imperatives that made human identity seem like a temporary and inadequate condition that needed to be transcended through transformation into something more authentic and powerful. As we approach the conclusion of this exploration of Viking spiritual extremes, remember that the men who chose to become wolves weren't monsters or madmen. They were individuals who had glimpsed forms of consciousness and experience that seemed more real and meaningful than anything available through normal human existence. Their willingness to abandon humanity entirely wasn't evidence of psychological damage or spiritual confusion. It was an expression of spiritual hunger so intense that it could only be satisfied through total transformation into something beyond the boundaries of civilized understanding. The question that should haunt you isn't how these warriors could have chosen to become predators, but what forms of transcendence you might be willing to pursue if you became convinced that your human identity was preventing you from accessing the deepest truths about existence and consciousness. But if the complete abandonment of human identity seems like the ultimate expression of Viking spiritual extremism, You haven't yet encountered the punishments reserved for those who violated the most sacred oaths, whose betrayals were so profound that death itself was considered too merciful a fate for their crimes. In Viking society, where survival depended on the absolute reliability of bonds between warriors, lords, and communities, there existed punishments so elaborate and psychologically devastating that they transformed betrayal from a simple crime into a form of cosmic horror that would echo through eternity. These weren't quick executions or straightforward retribution. They were carefully orchestrated campaigns of destruction designed to ensure that oath breakers would suffer not just in this life, but in every possible form of existence that might await them after death. The Vikings had discovered that there were indeed fates worse than death, and they had perfected methods of inflicting them on individuals whose betrayals threatened the very foundations of social order. You need to understand that oath-breaking in Viking culture wasn't simply a matter of failing to keep promises or violating contractual agreements. Oaths were sacred bonds that connected individuals not just to each other, but to the cosmic order that held the entire universe together. When someone broke a sacred oath, they weren't just betraying the person they had promised to serve, they were violating the fundamental principles that kept Ragnarok at bay, contributing to the eventual dissolution of all existence. Such crimes required punishments that would restore cosmic balance by making the perpetrator suffer proportionally to the damage they had inflicted on the universal order. The most severe oath-breaking punishments began with what was called NID, a form of ritualized humiliation designed to destroy the victim's social identity so completely that they would become literally invisible to their former community. The oath breaker would be subjected to public ceremonies that systematically stripped away every aspect of their previous status, reputation, and human dignity. But this wasn't simple social ostracism or public shaming. It was a magical process that actually altered the victim's ontological status, transforming them from a human being into something that existed in the liminal space between life and death. The ritual began with the formal declaration of Onidi, announced by skalds, who would compose elaborate verses describing the oath-breakers' crimes and the cosmic damage their betrayal had caused. These weren't simple accusations or legal proceedings. They were magical incantations that had the power to literally reshape reality, making the audience see the accused as fundamentally changed by their crimes. The skalds would describe in precise detail how the oath-breakers' betrayal had damaged the bonds that held society together, creating cracks in reality that would eventually widen until they consumed everything. But the verbal component was only the beginning. The oath-breaker would then be subjected to physical transformations designed to make their internal corruption visible to everyone who encountered them. They would be marked with permanent symbols carved into their skin, branded with heated iron, and subjected to mutilations that would ensure they could never again pass for normal members of human society. These modifications weren't random torture. They were precisely calculated to create visual representations of the spiritual damage the person had inflicted through their betrayal. The most psychologically devastating aspect of NID was the requirement that the oath-breakers' own family members participate in their transformation from human being into outcast. Wives would be required to publicly renounce their marriages, children would formally disown their parents, and siblings would participate in ceremonies that severed all blood bonds with the betrayer. These weren't symbolic gestures. They were magical operations that actually dissolved the spiritual connections between family members, leaving the oath-breaker completely isolated from all human relationships. But here's what made these punishments so psychologically horrifying. They didn't end with the oath-breaker's physical death. The spiritual contamination created by oath-breaking was believed to persist beyond mortal existence, condemning the perpetrator to forms of afterlife suffering that made normal death seem like mercy. The oath-breaker wouldn't be admitted to Valhalla or any other honored afterlife. They would be condemned to wander as undead creatures, forever seeking the human connections they had destroyed through their betrayal. Archaeological evidence for oath-breaking punishments comes from specialized burial sites, where individuals who had been subjected to NIDD were interred according to protocols designed to prevent their spirits from finding rest or redemption. These burials typically involved complex arrangements of stones and metal objects that created spiritual barriers around the grave, preventing the deceased from escaping their eternal punishment. The positioning of these graves, always isolated from normal cemeteries, reinforced the social isolation that had defined the final years of the oath-breaker's life. More disturbing are the skeletal remains that show evidence of the physical modifications inflicted during NID ceremonies. Multiple sites have yielded human remains that bear clear signs of deliberate mutilation performed with ritualistic precision. The patterns of cuts, brands, and bone modifications align perfectly with the descriptions of oath-breaking punishments found in the saga literature, confirming that these weren't mythological exaggerations, but actual practices that Viking communities used to deal with betrayal. The most extreme form of oath-breaking punishment was reserved for individuals whose betrayals had resulted in the deaths of their oath holders or the destruction of entire communities. These criminals would be subjected to blotnader, a form of living sacrifice that transformed them into permanent offerings to the gods, kept alive indefinitely to serve as examples of what happened to those who violated the most sacred bonds of Viking society. The process of blotnader began with the systematic destruction of the oath-breakers' physical capability while maintaining their consciousness and ability to experience suffering. They would be blinded to prevent them from seeing the world they had betrayed, deafened to stop them from hearing the voices of people they had wronged, and mutilated in ways that made normal human activities impossible while ensuring they remained alive and aware of their condition. But the physical mutilation was secondary to the spiritual transformation that was the true purpose of blotnader. The oath-breaker would be bound to a specially prepared sacrificial post that had been consecrated to serve as a permanent bridge between the human world and the realm of the gods. They would remain there for years or even decades, serving as a living conduit through which the community could channel its prayers and offerings to the divine powers that had been offended by the original betrayal. The oath-breaker's suffering would become a form of currency that the community could use to purchase divine favor and cosmic balance. Every moment of pain they experienced would serve as partial payment for the spiritual damage their betrayal had caused. Their agony would become a permanent resource that the community could draw upon whenever they needed to demonstrate their commitment to upholding sacred bonds and maintaining cosmic order. The psychological preparation of communities for oath-breaking punishments involved extensive religious education, about the cosmic significance of betrayal and the necessity of extreme retribution to maintain universal balance. Everyone needed to understand that participating in these punishments wasn't cruelty or revenge. It was a sacred duty that served the welfare of all existence by ensuring that betrayers received consequences proportional to the damage they had caused. The role of family members in oath-breaking punishments was particularly complex and psychologically demanding. They were required to participate actively in the destruction of their loved ones, not because they felt anger or desire for revenge, but because their participation was necessary to complete the spiritual transformation that would restore cosmic balance. A mother who refused to disown her oath-breaking son, a wife who wouldn't renounce her betraying husband, would themselves become contaminated by the spiritual corruption and might face similar punishments. The selection of which form of punishment to apply depended on complex theological calculations that took into account the nature of the original oath, the circumstances of its breaking, the damage caused by the betrayal, and the spiritual requirements for restoring cosmic balance. Religious specialists would spend months analyzing each case, consulting with velour and other spiritual authorities to ensure that the punishment would achieve its intended effect of rebalancing the forces that had been disrupted by the betrayal. The long-term psychological effects on communities that participated in oath-breaking punishments were profound and lasting. These events created shared memories of ultimate justice that reinforced the seriousness of oath-keeping while demonstrating the terrible consequences of betrayal. Children who witnessed these punishments would carry the memory for their entire lives, serving as living reminders of what happened to those who violated sacred bonds. The economic implications of maintaining oath-breakers in states of permanent punishment were significant and created additional pressures that influenced how these practices were implemented. Communities had to dedicate resources to keeping their victims alive and suffering for extended periods, representing ongoing costs that could strain already limited resources. This economic reality meant that blot nader was typically reserved for the most serious cases where the spiritual benefits justified the long-term investment. The decline of oath-breaking punishments began with Christianization, but the transition was complicated by the fact that many of the underlying concepts could be adapted to Christian theological frameworks. The idea that betrayal required extreme punishment to restore cosmic balance wasn't incompatible with Christian concepts of justice and redemption, though the specific methods used had to be modified to align with Christian moral principles. The social dynamics surrounding oath-breaking punishments created complex relationships between justice, mercy, and community welfare that reveal deep tensions in Viking moral philosophy. Communities understood that extreme punishments were necessary to maintain social order and cosmic balance, but they also recognized the human cost of inflicting such suffering on individuals who had often been valued members of society before their betrayals. The spiritual framework that justified oath-breaking punishments was based on fundamental Viking beliefs about the interconnectedness of individual actions and cosmic stability. Every oath created bonds that extended beyond the immediate participants to encompass the entire community and its relationship with the gods. Breaking these bonds didn't just harm the immediate victims, it weakened the entire fabric of reality, requiring extreme measures to prevent wider cosmic damage. But perhaps the most psychologically disturbing aspect of oath-breaking punishments was how they created forms of justice that required communities to systematically destroy individuals while convincing themselves that such destruction was necessary for universal welfare. The people who participated in NID and Blotnader weren't expressing personal hatred or desire for revenge. They were fulfilling cosmic obligations that they believed were necessary to prevent the dissolution of all existence. What emerges from studying oath-breaking punishments is a picture of how sophisticated moral systems can develop around the principle that individual suffering is justified when it serves larger cosmic purposes. The Vikings who created and maintained these practices weren't sadists or primitives. They were people who had convinced themselves that the universe required extreme punishment for extreme betrayal, and that failing to provide such punishment would result in cosmic catastrophe. The oath-breakers who endured these punishments weren't necessarily victims in the conventional sense. Many of them had indeed committed betrayals that caused enormous harm to their communities and violated bonds they had voluntarily entered into. But the punishments they received went so far beyond conventional justice that they transformed retribution into a form of organized torture that continued for years or decades beyond what any crime could reasonably justify. As we approach the final territories of Viking spiritual practice, remember that the communities that maintained oath-breakers in states of permanent suffering weren't motivated by cruelty or bloodlust. They were sincere believers who had convinced themselves that cosmic balance required extreme measures to address extreme violations. Their willingness to transform justice into eternal torture reveals how completely humans can rationalize extreme behavior when they become convinced that the stability of existence itself depends on their willingness to inflict unlimited suffering on those who threaten the foundations of their world. In the deepest winter nights, when the aurora borealis painted the sky with colors that seemed to bleed from some cosmic wound, certain Vikings would gather in remote locations to participate in rituals so dangerous and spiritually contaminating that survival itself was considered evidence of divine favor. These were the practitioners of the Wild Hunt cult, individuals who had learned to project their consciousness beyond the boundaries of mortal existence, to join the ghostly riders who swept across the winter skies in eternal pursuit of prey that existed in dimensions beyond normal human perception. But what you're about to discover about these practices goes far beyond spiritual adventure or mystical exploration. You're about to learn about a form of consciousness alteration so extreme that participants would literally die and return to life, spending hours or days among the dead before being recalled to their bodies by rituals that didn't always succeed in bringing them back. The Wild Hunt itself was understood by Vikings not as mythology or folklore, but as an observable phenomenon that occurred regularly during the darkest months of winter. Witnesses would report seeing ghostly riders mounted on supernatural horses, hunting spectral prey across the night sky, while accompanied by packs of otherworldly hounds whose howls could be heard for miles. But these weren't distant visions or metaphorical experiences. They were encounters with actual supernatural forces that operated according to their own laws and purposes, independent of human will or control. You need to understand that joining the Wild Hunt wasn't a matter of spiritual visualization or shamanic journeying in the way those terms are usually understood today. It required the practitioner to literally separate their consciousness from their physical body, leaving their mortal form in a state indistinguishable from death while their spirit joined the ghostly riders in their eternal chase across supernatural hunting grounds. The body would become cold, rigid, and unresponsive, showing no signs of life that normal observation could detect. The preparation for wild hunt participation began months before the actual attempt and involved systematic conditioning designed to weaken the bonds between consciousness and physical form until separation became possible. Practitioners would undergo extended fasting that brought them to the very edge of starvation, consume psychoactive substances that altered their brain chemistry in ways that facilitated out-of-body experiences, and participate in meditation practices that gradually loosened their attachment to normal waking consciousness. But the most crucial preparation involved what was called death training, systematic exposure to dying processes that would prepare the practitioner's consciousness for the transition from mortal to spectral existence. They would spend hours in burial chambers among decomposing corpses, learning to remain calm and focused while surrounded by the physical evidence of death. They would practice breath-holding techniques that could induce temporary brain death, allowing them to experience brief separations of consciousness from body while maintaining enough life force to return to normal awareness. The actual wild hunt ritual was conducted in locations that had been specially prepared to facilitate the separation of consciousness from physical form while providing spiritual anchors that would allow the practitioner's spirit to return to their body when the hunt ended. These sites were typically ancient burial grounds or sacred groves, where the boundary between living and dead was already thin, places where supernatural forces could more easily manifest in ways that would be perceptible to human consciousness. The practitioner would be placed in a specially constructed chamber that replicated the conditions of death while maintaining minimal life support that would keep their body viable during consciousness separation. They would be covered with burial shrouds, surrounded by grave goods appropriate to their status, and positioned according to protocols that aligned their physical form with supernatural forces that could facilitate spirit travel. Archaeological evidence for wild hunt practices comes from specialized burial chambers that were designed for temporary rather than permanent interment. These sites contain features that suggest they were used repeatedly by living individuals rather than serving as final resting places for the dead. The chambers include ventilation systems that would provide minimal air circulation, drainage that would prevent the accumulation of moisture that could damage a living body, and positioning devices that would maintain proper alignment during extended periods of unconsciousness. More disturbing are the skeletal remains found in some of these chambers, individuals who apparently died during wild hunt attempts and were never successfully recalled to their bodies. These remains show signs of having been carefully tended during the period between consciousness separation and physical death, suggesting that other cult members maintained vigil over failed practitioners for days or weeks, while hoping their spirits would return from their supernatural journeys. The consciousness separation required for wild hunt participation wasn't a gradual or gentle process. There was a specific moment when the practitioner's spirit would be violently ejected from their physical form, pulled into the supernatural realm by forces that operated beyond human control or understanding. Witnesses to successful separations describe the practitioner's body as becoming instantly rigid and cold, as if life had been suddenly extracted from their physical form. But the separation was only the beginning of an experience that would challenge every assumption the practitioner had previously held about the nature of existence, consciousness, and reality itself. Once their spirit had joined the wild hunt, they would find themselves mounted on ghostly horses, participating in chases across landscapes that bore no resemblance to earthly terrain, pursuing prey that seemed to shift between human, animal, and purely spiritual forms. The psychological impact of participating in the wild hunt was so profound that survivors often required months or years to integrate the experience into their normal consciousness. They had witnessed forms of existence that operated according to completely different laws than those governing mortal life. They had experienced consciousness without the limitations of physical embodiment, participated in activities that transcended time and space, and encountered entities whose nature challenged fundamental assumptions about life, death, and spiritual reality. But perhaps most disturbing was the realization that the wild hunt operated according to its own purposes and objectives, which didn't necessarily align with human welfare or understanding. The practitioners who joined the hunt discovered that they weren't just observing supernatural phenomena. They were participating in activities that could have profound consequences for the living world. The prey they hunted during their spiritual journeys often turned out to be the souls of living humans, individuals whose deaths or spiritual damage would become apparent only after the hunt had ended. The return from wild hunt participation was as dangerous and traumatic as the initial separation. The practitioner's consciousness would be violently reintegrated with their physical form, often causing severe psychological shock that could result in permanent mental damage. Many survivors reported experiencing reality as fundamentally altered by their supernatural experiences, finding it impossible to relate normally to physical existence after participating in forms of consciousness that transcended all earthly limitations. The social dynamics surrounding wild hunt participation were complex and reflected deep ambivalence about practitioners who had achieved forms of transcendence that were both enviable and terrifying. These individuals possessed knowledge and experience that was unavailable through any other means, but they had acquired that knowledge through methods that put them in permanent spiritual danger and made them unreliable members of normal human society. The training required to become a wild hunt practitioner was typically passed down through specialized lineages that maintained the techniques and spiritual knowledge necessary for successful consciousness separation. These lineages operated as secret societies within Viking communities, identifying and training individuals who showed the psychological characteristics necessary for spiritual survival in supernatural hunting grounds. The selection of practitioners involved complex assessments of psychological stability, spiritual sensitivity, and physical constitution that would determine whether candidates were likely to survive the consciousness separation and return with their sanity intact. The training process could take years and involved systematic exposure to increasingly extreme forms of spiritual danger that would prepare candidates for the ultimate challenge of joining the ghostly riders in their eternal hunt. The geographical distribution of wild hunt sites suggests that the practice was most common in regions where the boundary between living and dead was already understood to be particularly thin. Areas with ancient burial grounds, sites of major battles, locations where supernatural phenomena were regularly observed, These places provided the spiritual conditions necessary for consciousness separation, while offering some protection against the dangers inherent in such extreme spiritual practices. The decline of wild hunt practices began with Christianization, but the transition was complicated by the fact that some elements of the experience could be interpreted within Christian mystical frameworks. Some practitioners became Christian mystics, adapting their consciousness separation techniques to achieve religious visions rather than participation in pagan supernatural hunts. But the systematic cultivation of out-of-body experiences remained problematic for Christian authorities, who viewed such practices as inherently dangerous and potentially demonic. The psychological legacy of wild hunt participation extended beyond the individual practitioners to affect entire communities that had witnessed successful consciousness separations and returns. These events demonstrated forms of transcendence that challenged conventional understanding of human limitations, while revealing spiritual realities that were both magnificent and terrifying. What emerges from studying wild hunt practices is a picture of how far human consciousness can be pushed beyond normal limitations when individuals become willing to literally die in pursuit of transcendent experience. The practitioners who joined the ghostly riders weren't seeking mere spiritual adventure. They were pursuing forms of consciousness that required the complete abandonment of attachment to physical existence. The communities that supported and maintained wild hunt practitioners weren't simply tolerating dangerous spiritual experiments. They were acknowledging that certain forms of knowledge and experience required individuals to cross the ultimate boundary between life and death, to participate in forms of existence that were unavailable to those who remained anchored in normal human consciousness. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of wild hunt practices was how they revealed the extent to which human consciousness can be separated from physical embodiment without losing its essential characteristics. The practitioners who returned from supernatural hunts brought back memories, knowledge, and experiences that could only have been acquired through actual participation in non-physical forms of existence. They had discovered that consciousness itself might be far more durable and independent than most humans dared to imagine. As we prepare for the final revelation of Viking spiritual extremism, remember that the practitioners who joined the wild hunt weren't seeking to escape reality or avoid the responsibilities of mortal existence. They were pursuing forms of transcendence so complete that they were willing to risk permanent separation from their physical bodies to achieve consciousness states that revealed the true nature of existence itself. Their willingness to literally die for spiritual knowledge represents the ultimate reach of human spiritual ambition, the desire to know truth so completely that life itself becomes secondary to understanding. There existed among the Vikings one final ceremony, whispered about only in the darkest winters by the oldest skalds, a ritual so absolute in its demands and so terrifying in its implications that even the most hardened practitioners of extreme spiritual disciplines would speak of it with reverence bordering on terror. This was the Lokasena, the final binding, the ultimate transformation that would elevate a chosen individual beyond all categories of existence that Viking cosmology could name or comprehend. But what made this ritual uniquely horrifying wasn't its brutality or its spiritual danger. It was its promise of genuine transcendence achieved through the complete and irreversible destruction of everything that had ever made the practitioner recognizably human. You need to understand that the loka cena wasn't performed for individuals seeking power, knowledge, or even spiritual advancement in any conventional sense. It was reserved for those rare souls who had explored every other form of transcendence Viking culture could offer and found them all inadequate. Individuals whose spiritual hunger was so intense that only the complete dissolution of their identity could provide the satisfaction they craved. These weren't warriors seeking honor, shamans pursuing wisdom, or mystics exploring consciousness. They were beings who had grown tired of existence itself and sought a form of transformation so complete that they would cease to be anything that could be named or understood. The decision to undergo the loka cena required years of preparation and the approval of the most powerful spiritual authorities in Viking society. No individual could simply choose this path on their own. The ritual was too dangerous to reality itself to be undertaken without careful consideration of its cosmic implications. The candidate had to demonstrate not just their readiness to abandon human existence, but their spiritual worthiness to serve as a bridge between mortal reality and forms of being that lay beyond all Viking concepts of divine or supernatural. The preparation began with what was called the Great Renunciation, a systematic process of severing every connection that bound the candidate to normal existence. They would formally dissolve all family relationships, transfer all property and possessions to others, and undergo ceremonial deaths that would eliminate their legal and social existence within their communities. But this was only the external preparation. The internal work required them to systematically eliminate every aspect of their personality, memory, and identity that marked them as individual beings. The candidate would spend months in isolated contemplation, working to forget their own name, their personal history, their relationships, preferences, fears, and desires. They would practice consciousness techniques designed to dissolve the boundaries between self and other, between internal and external reality, between thought and experience. The goal was to become a completely empty vessel, devoid of any characteristics that would interfere with their transformation into something that transcended all categories of being that Viking cosmology could recognize. But the most crucial preparation involved what religious specialists called the final choosing, the candidate's formal request to the gods that they be allowed to serve as an instrument for cosmic transformation that would benefit all existence. This wasn't a selfish pursuit of personal transcendence. It was an offering of self-destruction in service of universal processes that required someone willing to sacrifice not just their life, but their very existence as a distinct being. Archaeological evidence for the loka cena is minimal and ambiguous, which may itself be significant. The few sites that might be associated with this ritual show evidence of complex ceremonial arrangements that seem designed to contain or channel forces that operated beyond normal physical laws. These locations contain geometric patterns carved into stone surfaces, metal objects arranged in configurations that suggest attempts to create gateways or bridges between different forms of reality, and traces of substances that don't match any known materials from the Viking Age. More telling is the complete absence of human remains at these sites, despite clear evidence that major ceremonies involving large numbers of participants occurred there. This absence suggests that the loka cena achieved its intended purpose of completely dissolving the candidate's existence in ways that left no trace of their former physical form. They had succeeded in transforming themselves into something that couldn't be detected or measured by conventional means. The actual ritual was conducted during the winter solstice, when the boundary between different forms of reality was understood to be at its thinnest and most permeable. The candidate would be brought to the ceremonial site by the most powerful velour and religious specialists available, individuals whose combined spiritual authority was necessary to safely channel the cosmic forces that the ritual would unleash. The ceremony began with incantations designed to open pathways between mortal reality and forms of existence that lay beyond Viking cosmological understanding. These weren't prayers or requests for divine assistance, they were technical procedures for manipulating the fundamental structures of reality itself, making it possible for the candidate to transition from recognizable existence into forms of being that had no names or descriptions in any human language. The candidate would be placed at the center of complex geometric patterns that had been inscribed in the earth and stone of the ceremonial site, positioned to serve as a focal point for cosmic forces that would gradually dissolve their physical and spiritual existence. The dissolution process was understood to be irreversible and absolute. There would be no afterlife, no continued existence in any realm that Viking cosmology could describe or comprehend. But here's what made the Lokasena so psychologically challenging for everyone involved. The candidate would remain conscious and communicative throughout the dissolution process, describing their experience of ceasing to exist, while still somehow retaining the ability to share that experience with others. They would report the systematic disappearance of their memories, their personality, their physical sensations, and eventually their sense of being distinct entities separate from the cosmic processes that were transforming them. The witnesses to the Lokasena, typically the most spiritually advanced individuals in Viking society, would observe the candidate's gradual transition from recognizable human being to something that defied description or categorization. The physical body would remain present, but would seem increasingly empty, as if the essence that had animated it was being systematically extracted and transformed into forms of energy or consciousness that operated according to completely different principles than those governing normal existence. The final phase of the ritual involved the complete disappearance of the candidate in ways that challenged basic assumptions about the conservation of matter and energy. Witnesses reported that the individual would simply fade from perception, not through any visible process of destruction or transformation, but through a gradual reduction of their existence until they were no longer present in any detectable form. They had achieved the ultimate goal of the Lokasena, complete transcendence of all categories of being that human consciousness could recognize or understand. The psychological impact on witnesses to successful Lokasena ceremonies was so profound that many required years of spiritual counseling to integrate the experience. They had watched someone achieve forms of transcendence that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence, consciousness, and reality itself. They had seen that it was possible for beings to move beyond all categories of existence that Viking cosmology could name or comprehend. But perhaps more disturbing was the knowledge that the candidate hadn't simply died or been destroyed. They had been transformed into something that continued to exist, but in ways that were completely beyond human perception or understanding. The witnesses carried the burden of knowing that transcendence was possible, but only at the cost of everything that made existence recognizable or meaningful to human consciousness. The communities that supported and witnessed Lokasena ceremonies were forever changed by the experience. They had participated in events that demonstrated the ultimate reach of spiritual development, while revealing the terrible price required for absolute transcendence. They understood that the highest possible achievement of human spiritual development involved the complete elimination of human identity in service of cosmic processes that operated beyond all comprehension. The decline of Lokasena practices coincided with changes in Viking spiritual understanding that made such absolute forms of transcendence seem less desirable or necessary. As the culture evolved and came into contact with other spiritual traditions, alternative concepts of transcendence emerged that didn't require the complete dissolution of individual existence. But the memory of individuals who had achieved ultimate transformation through the Lokasena continued to influence Viking concepts of spiritual possibility long after the practice itself had ended. These memories served as reminders that transcendence was possible for those willing to pay its ultimate price, but also as warnings about the terrible cost of pursuing spiritual development beyond all reasonable limits. What emerges from studying the Lokasena is a picture of spiritual ambition pushed to its absolute limits, where the desire for transcendence becomes so intense that existence itself becomes an obstacle to overcome. The candidates who chose this path weren't seeking enhanced human capabilities or extended lifespans. They were pursuing forms of being that required the complete abandonment of everything that had previously defined their identity and existence. The communities that maintained the knowledge and capability to perform the Lokasena weren't simply preserving dangerous spiritual technologies. They were acknowledging that the ultimate reach of human spiritual development might require individuals to move beyond all categories of existence that human society could recognize, support, or understand. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Lokasena was its suggestion that the highest possible spiritual achievement might involve the complete negation of everything that made spiritual achievement meaningful to human consciousness. The candidates who succeeded in this ultimate transformation had gained access to forms of transcendence that were so complete they could no longer be shared with or understood by anyone who remained within the boundaries of recognizable existence. As we prepare to conclude this exploration of Viking spiritual extremism, remember that the individuals who chose the Lokasena weren't seeking to escape life or avoid the challenges of human existence. They were pursuing forms of transcendence so complete that they were willing to sacrifice not just their lives, but their very existence as distinct beings in service of cosmic processes that promised transformation beyond all human comprehension. Their achievement represents both the ultimate reach of spiritual ambition and its most terrible expression, the discovery that absolute transcendence might require the complete elimination of everything that makes transcendence valuable or meaningful to human understanding. We have walked together through territories of human experience so dark and extreme that they challenge everything we thought we knew about the boundaries of civilization, spirituality, and human nature itself. We have witnessed the systematic transformation of ordinary people into instruments of sacred violence, seen communities unite in the practice of ritualized torture, observed individuals voluntarily surrender their humanity in pursuit of transcendence so complete that it required the annihilation of everything that had previously defined their existence. But as we emerge from these shadows, as we return to the familiar warmth of our modern world with its comfortable assumptions about progress and enlightenment, we must resist the temptation to dismiss what we have seen as mere historical curiosity or evidence of primitive barbarism. The Vikings who practiced these rituals weren't alien monsters or products of a less evolved stage of human development. They were people like us, intelligent, complex, capable of love and creativity and profound spiritual insight. They were people who had developed sophisticated frameworks for understanding reality and their place within it. Frameworks that led them to conclusions about the nature of transcendence, devotion, and cosmic truth that we find almost incomprehensible in their extremity. The blood eagle wasn't performed by sadists seeking entertainment through suffering. It was executed by devout individuals who genuinely believed that certain forms of human pain could serve as communication with divine forces that determine the fate of entire civilizations. The berserkers who allowed their minds to be systematically fragmented weren't victims of primitive psychology. They were volunteers who had been convinced that the sacrifice of their individual sanity could serve collective needs that transcended personal well-being. The communities that gathered to watch trial by ordeal weren't audiences seeking brutal entertainment. They were congregations participating in religious ceremonies that they believed would reveal divine truth through the systematic application of torture to individuals who may have been entirely innocent. The parents who carried their newborn children to remote hillsides and left them to die weren't expressing cruelty or indifference. They were making agonizing decisions about survival that required them to sacrifice their natural parental instincts for what they perceived as the greater good of their families and communities. Every ritual we have explored, every practice that has horrified and fascinated us, was conducted by people who had convinced themselves that their actions served higher purposes than individual comfort, personal safety, or even human survival. They had developed cultural frameworks that made the systematic infliction of suffering seem not just acceptable, but necessary, even sacred. They had created institutions that transformed individual acts of violence into collective expressions of devotion, that turned seasonal slaughter into community sacrament, that made the taking of life into the foundation of social life. But perhaps what should disturb us most about these practices isn't their brutality or their systematic nature, it's their effectiveness. These rituals worked. They created bonds between community members that made Viking expansion possible across vast distances and harsh environments. They forged collective identities so strong that small groups of raiders could challenge entire empires. They produced warriors whose ferocity and commitment were legendary, shamans whose spiritual insights guided communities through existential crises, and social institutions that maintained order and meaning in the face of constant uncertainty and danger. The Volur who practiced prophecy through suffering genuinely achieved altered states of consciousness that provided them with information unavailable through normal human perception. The berserkers who underwent systematic psychological fragmentation became warriors whose combat effectiveness was unmatched by conventional soldiers. The communities that participated in blot ceremonies developed forms of social cohesion that enabled them to survive and thrive in environments that would have destroyed less unified groups. we cannot dismiss these practices as simply mistaken or primitive because they produced results that their practitioners valued and that served their survival needs in demonstrable ways. The question that should haunt us isn't whether these rituals were effective. The historical record makes clear that they were. The question is what their effectiveness tells us about human nature, about the relationship between individual suffering and collective benefit, about the prices we are willing to pay for transcendence, meaning, and social cohesion. The Vikings discovered that human beings are capable of extraordinary dedication when they become convinced that their suffering serves purposes greater than their individual welfare. They learned that people will voluntarily undergo systematic torture, psychological destruction, and even complete dissolution of their identity when they believe such sacrifices contribute to cosmic order, divine favor, or collective survival. They developed technologies of consciousness and community that could transform ordinary individuals into creatures capable of achievements that transcended normal human limitations. But they also discovered that these achievements came at prices that modern sensibilities find almost impossible to comprehend. The berserker who gained supernatural combat abilities did so at the cost of his capacity for normal human relationships. The vulva who achieved prophetic insight through self-torture lived in constant agony that made ordinary pleasures and satisfactions unavailable to her. The communities that bonded through shared participation in ritual violence carried psychological scars that affected their members for generations. The most disturbing revelation of our journey isn't that Vikings were capable of extreme brutality. Every human culture has demonstrated such capabilities under the right circumstances. What should truly unsettle us is the recognition that they developed systematic methods for channeling this brutality into forms that served constructive social and spiritual purposes. They created frameworks for understanding violence that made it not just tolerable, but sacred, not just necessary, but transformative. They proved that human beings can convince themselves that almost any action is justified if it serves sufficiently important goals. They demonstrated that people will participate in systematic torture, ritual murder, and the destruction of their own loved ones when they believe such participation serves higher purposes than individual comfort or conventional morality. They showed that entire communities can organize around practices that require regular violations of basic human dignity when those practices are understood as expressions of religious devotion or cosmic necessity. These aren't lessons from a distant past that has no relevance to our modern world. The psychological mechanisms that enabled Viking spiritual extremism remain active in contemporary human nature. We still crave transcendence, still seek meaning that goes beyond individual existence, still desire to be part of something greater than ourselves. We still make sacrifices for abstract principles, still accept individual suffering when we believe it serves collective needs, still create institutions that channel human energy toward goals that transcend personal welfare. The difference between their world and ours isn't that we have evolved beyond the capacity for such extremism. It's that we have developed different frameworks for understanding what forms of sacrifice are acceptable in pursuit of transcendent goals. We have created different institutions for channeling individual dedication toward collective purposes, different methods for creating social cohesion and meaning. but the underlying human capacities that made Viking spiritual extremism possible remain as potent in our age as they were in theirs. The question that should haunt every thoughtful person who has accompanied me on this dark journey is not how the Vikings could have been so brutal, but what you might be capable of if you became convinced that your highest values required actions that contradicted your current moral assumptions. What would you be willing to sacrifice if you truly believed that the survival of everything you loved depended on your willingness to cross boundaries that you currently consider absolute? The Vikings who practiced these rituals weren't fundamentally different from us in their basic humanity, their capacity for love and devotion, their desire to serve purposes greater than themselves. They were different in the conclusions they reached about what forms of service were required, what prices were worth paying for transcendence, what methods were effective for achieving the spiritual and social goals they valued most deeply. Their example serves as both inspiration and warning. It shows us the extraordinary heights of dedication and achievement that human beings are capable of reaching when they become truly committed to transcendent purposes. But it also reveals the terrible prices that such commitment can exact, not just from the individuals who make ultimate sacrifices, but from the communities that support and witness such sacrifices. As we return to our comfortable modern lives, we carry with us the knowledge that human nature contains depths of devotion and capabilities for transformation that most of us never fully explore. We have seen what people are willing to do when they believe that the gods demand evidence of absolute commitment, when they become convinced that their individual welfare is less important than cosmic truth or collective survival. The darkness we have explored together isn't safely confined to the Viking past. It lives within the human heart, waiting for the right combination of belief, desperation, and social pressure to awaken it once again. The rituals may change, the justifications may evolve, the specific practices may be adapted to contemporary circumstances, but the underlying capacity for extreme dedication in service of transcendent purposes remains as powerful today as it was 1,000 years ago. The Vikings taught us that there are no limits to what human beings will do when they become convinced that unlimited action serves higher purposes than limited restraint. They showed us that any boundary can be crossed, any sacrifice can be justified, any horror can be transformed into sacrament when people believe that their actions serve the forces that govern existence itself. This is their most disturbing and most valuable gift to us, the recognition that we are all capable of far more than we imagine, for both creation and destruction, for both transcendence and horror. The question isn't whether we possess the capacity for extreme dedication. The Vikings proved that all humans share this capacity. The question is what we will choose to dedicate ourselves to, what prices we will be willing to pay for the transcendence we seek, and what safeguards we can create to ensure that our dedication serves life rather than consuming it. In the end, the Vikings who practiced these dark rituals weren't our opposites. They were our mirrors, reflecting back possibilities that exist within every human heart. They showed us what we are capable of becoming when we pursue transcendence without limit, when we seek meaning without restraint, when we dedicate ourselves to purposes that demand everything and promise transformation beyond all recognition. Their legacy isn't just historical knowledge, it's self-knowledge. They have shown us who we are and who we might become if we ever find ourselves convinced that the darkness serves the light, that destruction enables creation, that the ultimate expression of love for existence itself might require the willingness to sacrifice everything that makes existence recognizable or bearable. The rituals are finished, the practitioners are long dead, but the capacity they demonstrated lives on in every human soul. What we do with that capacity, how we channel it and constrain it and direct it toward worthy purposes, remains the fundamental challenge of human existence. The Vikings have shown us the depths. It remains for us to find the heights that justify such depths, the purposes that are worthy of such terrible dedication, the forms of transcendence that honor rather than negate the humanity that makes transcendence possible.